Chapter 506, The Sect Leaders. Chapter 506, The Sect Leaders. A 10-meter pavilion rested on a tall peak, with a cloud dancing around it. A youth in soft black clothes sat at the table, partaking in tea. Though his twisted smile ruined his good image, turning it sinister like a viper about to strike whoosh. A light trailed the skies and landed right before the youth. It revealed an old man in white with golden edges holding a horsetail whisk, the very picture of an immortal. The youth laughed and waved. Mystical Heaven Sect Xian Jianfeng, have you been well these years? Xie Wuyue, we hardly interact and there's nothing cordial between us. Why the sudden invitation then? What are you up to? Xian Jianfeng snorted and took a seat, putting on a vague smile. Xie Wuyue shook his head. To discuss important business, of course. Though it's too soon to tell. There's still one person left. Whoosh! Another light appeared and the immense power swept the peak. Even the two of them jerked for a moment. There Xian Jianfeng cried. Sect Leader Ren, what are you doing here? It was a middle-aged man with sharp features, his expression biting and resolute. Sparse hair grew on his chin, giving him a wild look. Sect Leader Ren, greetings. This time Xie Wuyue's evil smile turned respectful, bowing at the man. Xian Jianfeng did the same, grinning. The man flicked and spoke with valor. Please, sect leaders, I've only come here to talk business. Don't stand in ceremony for my sake, ha ha ha. The two had known Sect Leader Ren for a long time, and sat right away. Sect Leader Ren took a seat as well, looking at Xie Wuyue with a cold glint. Sect Leader Xie, is what you said true? Yuan clan has the gall to play dirty tricks behind our backs? I never make light of such grave matters, Sect Leader Ren. Xie Wuyue nodded. Xian Jianfeng was stumped. Sect Leader Ren, what is going on? You don't know, Sect Leader Xian? Sect Leader Ren eyed Xie Wuyue and asked. Sect Leader Xie didn't explain it in the Sending Jade? Yuan clan sold 1/10 of Tianyu to Chuanrong. A what? Xian Jianfeng shuddered, turning shocked to Xie Wuyue. Is this true? Are they that outrageous? And why didn't you tell me sooner? I told you now, didn't I? Xie Wuyue snorted. Xian Jianfeng glared at him. The punk is messing with me. Calling for a meeting without stating why. These two sects weren't exactly friends, and now Xie Wuyue was playing deaf, letting him get duped. Sect Leader Ren was the head of the Empire's 3 guardian sects, Heaven Trailing Sects. Sect Leader. By showing indifference in such a grave matter, it would only strain the relations between me and Sect Leader Ren. And this was where Xie Wuyue succeeded. He had forced Mystical Heaven Sect to come without explaining anything to Xian Jianfeng. You didn't say a word, it would be this big. The two sects had a competitive relationship, so why would anyone come just because the other said so? But from the looks of it, the matter isn't that grave. Xian Jianfeng wiped his brow and glared at Xie Wuyue. The youth found it more interesting to enjoy the scenery with a cold smile. Sect Leader Ren knew everything but laughed instead. All right, it's just Sect Leader Xie forgetting to mention. Sect Leader Xian needn't mind it. What is important is understanding the situation and its causes before settling it. Sect Leader Ren smiled. Sect Leader Xie, since you found out, you must have done something before calling this meeting. Sect Leader Ren is wise beyond his years. I indeed acted the instant I became aware of it. Now everything is settled. Though it will require all 3 of us if we want to take it out on Chuanrong and Beast Taming Sect. Xie Wuyue explained the entire chain of events. Xie Wuyue placed a gourd on the table. Here are the 3 Beast Taming Sect's elder souls. We can use them to strike a blow at the Beast Taming Sect, but we'll need Sect Leader Ren to consider what might we get out of it. Humph, what else is there? Chuanrong live in the mountains and forests with rich lands, plenty of mines, and are filled with herbs. I've been waiting for ages to get my hands on it. Sect Leader Ren snickered. Didn't they want 1/10 of Tianyu? This time we'll have them bleed instead. Xie Wuyue nodded, rightfully so. I am in full accord with Sect Leader Ren's idea. We'll send a team of experts to Beast Taming Sect for compensation. Understood. Sect leader Ren laughed. It's only a matter of time before our shares increase, ha ha ha. The others laughed as well. Xian Jianfeng and Xie Wuyue weren't always on the same page, but were content when both sides had a bite, though Xian Jianfeng frowned. The foreign matter is resolved, but that still leaves the internal one. Due to its outrageous attempt, Yuan clan is unfit to lead Tianyu. We need someone else, someone to guarantee our interests. No need to worry, sect leader Xian, isn't the choice clear as day? Xie Wu grinned. Xian Jianfeng jerked. You mean the Luo clan? No. Everyone knows you've got their steward Zhuo Fan to join you. Making them our choice will elevate your prowess. Xian Jianfeng, why be so petty? The Luo clan and demon scheming sect do have some ties, but it's nothing to fuss over. I'm not one to affect the sect's interests and earn heaven-trailing sect's ire over some crumbs. Do you take me for some narrow-minded and ignorant fool? Xie Wuyue bowed. The usual distribution was heaven-trailing sect getting a third, each other sect a fifth, and the remaining was left to Tianyu. But with Luo clan being Tianyu's representative, an extra tenth will be divided among us, leaving it with only a fifth. Sect leader Ren lit up and nodded. This is everyone's share. No matter who controls its distribution, it will be a gain for all. All that matters is paying the tribute on time and not skimming the top. Exactly so. Xie Wuyue chuckled and gave Xian Jianfeng a taunting look. Xian Jianfeng saw sect leader Ren's smile and the eerie chill behind it. He nodded too. But sect leader Ren, we now have a new representative, so what do we do with the old one? Yuan clan has ruled Tianyu for a millennium, its roots are deep. Moving against them will throw the lands in chaos and affect our shares. When Tianyu was founded, it needed 100 years to attain peace, a time during which the 7 houses were at war and the people were struggling to survive. How could the empire's resources be extracted in such desperate times? We were left with meager profits then. No, Tianyu must not fall into anarchy. Sect leader Ren said. Sect leader Xie, is your representative confident in controlling the Yuan clan and grasping the entire imperial family's power? Ha ha ha, sect leader Ren, he's doing it as we speak. And besides, doesn't he have demon scheming sect in case of hiccups? Sect leader Ren nodded. Sect leader Xie, so young and promising. I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. Sect leader Ren vanished. Xie Wuyue bowed. Xian Jianfeng stared at him. Xie Wuyue, you sure looked big in front. Sect leader Ren. But I am warning you, you better not have your representative controlling Tianyu be up to something. If anything happens to mystical heaven sect's share. Yes. Xie Wuyue raised an eyebrow. It's not my fault Tianyu's representative is in my court. When I took the kid in, all you knew was how to mock. Now look at what he has turned into. While that lass of yours hasn't done anything, ha ha ha. Xian Jianfeng clenched his fists but opted to snort and left Xian Jianfeng with, don't get too cocky. That kid is more than you can handle. You will be sorry. Humph, useless talents are of no danger. I like the kids with some bite. But no matter how dangerous, he still won't escape my grasp. Xie Wuyue snorted and clawed the air with a vicious look. Chapter 507, One True Clan. Chapter 507, One True Clan. We bow at the Emperor's coronation. It was early morning and the imperial palace echoed with an announcement. Fatty in his golden dragon robes climbed onto the highest chair in the lands, with the officials bowing behind him. Ever since Chuanrong army showed up, the imperial capital had been sealed and the imperial palace was silent. The officials had long since missed court, waiting in fear for the dire news that the empire was finished. This all became possible at the hands of Zhuge Changfeng, colluding with the Chuanrong and imprisoning the imperial family. The situation was so that besides Zhuge Changfeng and his traitorous officials entering the imperial palace, the entire imperial capital was in the dark to the truth. And those traitorous officials had already been dealt with after months of silence. The first court attendance became possible after Zhuo Fan strutted in like a winner just as the emperor died of poisoning. The reason was quite justified. Zhuo hailed the banner to save his lord. This brave, loyal and daring official forewent the danger of death and marched in and saved the imperial family. Alas, no amount of bravery could save the emperor and crown prince from an unfortunate fate as Chuanrong's victims. Once the late emperor's funeral came to a close, Fatty prepared for his ascension. Among the entire imperial family, he was the only candidate resting on the large dragon chair. Fatty's beady eyes glinted as he took on a royal heir grandmother. Long Yifei and Xie Xiaofeng were among the bowing officials, shouting, "May your majesty live a long and prosperous life." At ease. Fatty spoke with dignity. My fortune of coming out alive is all due to the protector of our nation, the greatest steward in Tianyu, Zhuo, who through cooperation with the Luo clan, drove off the barbarians in a valiant effort to save his lord. Today I present Zhuo and Luo clan with the awards for their bravery. The herald shouted in a sharp voice, "May Zhuo and Luo clan step forth for their awards." The high voice echoed everywhere and Zhuo with Luo clan walked to the center. Fatty looked on heavily. His heart sinking. Zhuo by himself is bad enough, but now... Fatty had accepted his role as a puppet emperor, but still held some hope. From what he heard from Yun Shuang and Yongning's chats, Zhuo was going to leave soon. This news brought him great joy. With the most annoying pest out of the way, Luo clan will fall into chaos. No elder of theirs will simply bow to another. No one can keep them in line, except Zhuo. He would then swoop in to mediate, and might even wrest Tianyu's power for himself, but the current display had his hopes crushed and flushed down the gutter. Zhuo walked in front of Luo clan. Among them were 3 people known to Tianyu as the greatest minds, Zhuge Changfeng, Ling Wuchang and Insidious Demon's pupil. Yuming didn't get that much attention, but Fatty was certain, the kid isn't a pushover. With these 3 weasels and goddamned elites, Luo clan had robbed the new emperor of any chance. Plus, looking further back one would see the peak of Tianyu's power. Li Jingtian, Qiu Yanhai and other Luo clan members, and even the Yin Yang elders, judging from their auras, they were even stronger than before. Fatty muttered, "Brother, did you have to take everyone and leave me hanging? What am I supposed to do now that I've got no one to help me? Can it be that your majesty has other thoughts?" Zhuo mocked. Fatty sighed, "Some, but now they are gone. Becoming emperor is enough. Cheer up and be happy with what you have." Zhuo spoke like a true winner. His attitude had no ounce of respect, with the whole court looking at him speechless. Some loyalists even jumped in, criticizing Zhuo. "How dare you speak to His Majesty with such gross disrespect? You should be hanged. Not even the nation's defender has the right to be so crass with His Majesty." "And who the hell are you to blame me?" Zhuo mocked. "Fatty, what do you say I should do? Such insolence to call His Majesty a, I am ashamed to say it. Off with your head. Shut your yap." The Fatty barked, holding his head helplessly. "Guards, take him away and execute him." "Ugh." The old man was dumbstruck. "Your Majesty, I am protecting your honor. Why am I the one sacked?" "Your Majesty, the laws of the court must be upheld. Don't encourage such arrogant display," the old official raved, showing his loyalty, as he was dragged away. The Fatty sighed, "Truly the worst allies one can have. Are you blind? Do you not see me here yet still toot your horn? Guys like you would one day have me killed. I can do perfectly well without die-hard loyalists like you, thank you very much. All you know is to show off and act blindly. Listen up, Zhuo and Luo clan's bravery is laudable, saving myself from certain death. They are the saviors of the world. I treat them with the same respect as heaven and earth. You all must learn restraint before Luo clan, understand?" The Fatty shouted. The audience was chilled on the spot, with many of them bug-eyed. The emperor's words carried a heavy weight. The savior had more esteem than one's own parent. Such respect couldn't be violated. The emperor said it to honor Zhuo, to make him the retired emperor. Be but how? Smiley face. The literal meaning for retired emperor is beyond emperor. while it can also mean father of the emperor and puppet master, figuratively. A lord can revere the heaven and earth but nothing else. No matter how strong this guy is, he's still an official and can never be above the lord. Yet the emperor treated Zhuo Fan above his own kin, above heaven and earth. It left them all in shock at Zhuo Fan's gaze, all bowed their heads. Regardless of what the emperor says, there must be something else lurking beneath the surface. But it's not our place to speak. Wasn't one of us just dragged out moments ago? One peep and your whole clan will follow. Better zip it and play oblivious. The officials sighed. Zhuo Fan sneered. The whole court had come to know of his current position, that his power would go even higher than the emperor's. It was the first step in making the emperor a figurine. Zhuo Fan signaled Fatty to continue, though not without some hesitation. Luo clan's example of bravery for their lord and nation is a reflection of heaven and earth. They were first in the fight against barbarians, saving their lord and helping the people. I proclaim the Luo clan as the best house under heaven, holding key positions in Tianyu, managing the army, managing resources, to defend the nation and help me in guiding the people. Where they go, they carry my name. The fatty slumped in his throne, spent after that little speech. The court was boiling. Military and resources, all under Luo clan's control? How is that Yuan dynasty then? And he even said they'll manage the people and lands together. That's like giving someone half your home. Luo clan might be the greatest in its merits, but no way equal to the emperor. That's digging your own grave. Some of the officials were lost. What the hell is wrong with the new emperor? He just sold his fatherland. Even a fool knows to keep his stuff, not give it away. Many were bowing and ready to admonish Zhuge. Chongfeng's interjection was perfect though. In management, what matters most is reading the signs. His Majesty is more astute than any of you, so don't get carried away and butt in. The officials glared at him, but his hint worked like a charm. Zhuge Chongfeng has been prime minister for ages, so why jump ship over to Luo clan's side? Looking at the emperor's defeated face, they all hesitated and fell back. Something reeks of a mystery here. Let's gloss over. But that'll make Luo clan the sole holder of Tianyu's power. A shift in dynasty will only be a matter of time. Not that it was any of their problems. If the Yuan clan didn't care, why should they? The officials calmed, their minds dumbing down. Zhuge Chongfeng flicked a pleased look Zhuo Fan's way. The more desolate they felt about the emperor, the more estranged they'd be, and the emperor would accomplish nothing. Zhuo Fan turned to the fatty, shouting, "We'll be going now." As they left, there was no one blocking or berating Zhuo Fan's uncouth manner. It was out in the open now, that the emperor couldn't mess with him. "Hold on a minute." Fatty's eyes shone. "We brothers haven't seen each other in ages. I ask that you stay and have a talk with me." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. What's he thinking? Chapter 508, Beauty Over the Lands. Chapter 508, Beauty Over the Lands. In the back gardens of the imperial palace, Fatty dismissed all his servants except Fang Qiubai, as he walked with Zhuo Fan down a secluded path through the woods. Fatty sighed. "Brother, do you recall the time we swore brotherhood in Wingay City? I was a prince and you were a servant of a ruined clan. But look at us now. A monarch of a nation and the true ruler of Tianyu. Doesn't time just whistle by? Get on with it." Zhuo Fan groaned, making him awkward with an ahem. Fatty continued, "What I mean is, you walk alone with me around the imperial palace, with no guards. It proves our brotherly trust. Nah, you just don't have anyone good enough to finish me off. You take me for Zhuge Chongfeng, so weak that I need to resort to treachery to stay alive?" Zhuo Fan mocked. Fatty choked. Fang Qiubai grew red too. Zhuo Fan wasn't pointing fingers but did hit quite close to home. Not even Divine Dragon Fang Qiubai could scratch Zhuo Fan from the shadows. The rest of Imperial Palace didn't count. He was that confident. Fatty sighed. "Brother, I know you are cunning and powerful across all the lands, but can you not sting me every time you open your mouth? I had the whole friendship speech going here, to get closer, yet you dumped it all in 3 lines and ruined the mood. Get closer? Fawning without reason proves you're up to no good. Zhuo mocked. Say it, what do you want from me? Fatty's beady green eyes steeled. Zhuo, it's just us here, so I'll be frank. Does our brotherhood stand? Of course it does. Did I ever break a promise? Zhuo stuck out his chin. Fatty nodded. That makes us brothers still. But you can't always pick on your brother. I am a monarch here. Taking my power has many implications, but you don't even treat me with respect. Could you at least spare my imperial self? Let me have something to survive with. What would a puppet emperor need power for? Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Didn't your pops ever warn you to sit back like a good puppy? Forget about the world, or it will soon come to burn you and your entire clan. This, here and now, is much better. Living the high life of an emperor, uncaring for its problems and taking on more serious matters, like losing that extra fat. You're like an immortal. What's not to like? Zhuo patted Fatty's wobbly belly. The fatty bit back. I am an emperor with an ideal and ambition, not to live in obscurity. And when we became brothers, I didn't offend you, so you can't do the same to me. Now, are you going to ruin my clan for my words? Fatty, you can say whatever you want. Zhuo squinted. If I wanted to kill you all, I'd have done it by now. I just don't want to throw the lands in chaos and mess up my plans. And I still recall us never overstepping our bounds in those days. But how come you just asked for your power back? Sure, I can give it to you, all of it, though mind the consequences. Consequences? Fatty was erect with worry. Fong Qiubai interjected. Empire's 3 guardian sects. Exactly. Zhuo nodded. Late Emperor's plan brought danger to his lands by encroaching on the sect's interests. If all had gone well, he'd be holding the power and the sects wouldn't doubt him. But since he failed, they've lost all faith in Yuan clan, looking into Tianyu for a replacement representative, talking about fame and power. Only Luo clan fits the bill, thus we took all the power and benefits of the empire. In the off chance that we didn't become the Shadow Emperor, the sects would have just raised another clan and you'd still end up a puppet. It's all a matter of getting a handler here. Zhuo smiled. We're all old pals here. Your clan and mine know each other well. Shuang'er, young Miss and Princess Yongning are very close. Any trouble you may have, we can help you out, being flexible too. While with some other clan, how much better do you think you'll fare? Fatty trembled and sighed. He took Luo clan as his only opponent. Taking back his power from their grasp, he'd become a real emperor. Only to find his real adversaries were those sects, always in the shadows, always in control for thousands of years. The fatty's hopes sank. Father wouldn't have carried out the Secret Pearl Order if he knew. Secret Pearl Order? Zhuo asked. Yuan clan actually has it? I thought the emperor was just messing with the board to play his hand. Fatty sighed. As the Yuan clan is doomed with its plight, the Secret Pearl Order has lost its meaning. It is an order passed on to the next emperor on the previous deathbed. It's only for the emperor's ears and a standard of conduct, roaming dragon enjoying the pearl. Smiley face, funny enough, it's the name of a dish. What's that? Zhuo asked. Fatty sighed. It is a secret path Father prepared for me. To throw the pearl and let the dragon play with it. All Yuan emperors have done in the past millennium is to incite chaos among the factions, in order to weaken them. We all have to pursue this creed, or create the situation if one couldn't. The War of the Houses 1,000 years ago, Gu Santong wrecking Tianyu 300 years ago, are prime examples. Even Luo clan's emergence, pushing the factions to fight. In simple terms, the emperor sat on his throne enjoying the play, while unity of factions will make the throne unstable. That makes sense. Zhuo nodded. The way of rulers is all about checks and balances, impossible without hatred. Does that make the story about Wen Gei's cities, 3 ancient houses, a lie? Fatty shook his head. No, didn't I say, if you don't have the conditions, create them. To make it believable, everything had to be true. Just that, the founder's words were a catalyst, with each emperor paving the way for the next in case they didn't succeed. The 3 clans of Wingay City were Tianyu's officials once, planning for 1,000 years. Your clan is of imperial stock, two-faced and using your posterity to exhaustion. Zhuofan's side fatty nodded. An emperor leads a solitary path, surrounded by enemies. Even if an emperor is kind, it is seen as weakness, and he will ultimately be put down. Yet our clan lost to you regardless. The roaming dragon enjoying the pearl has come to a close, ruined at the outrageously strong hands of soaring demonic dragon killing us all. The 2 kept a long stare, then laughed. Fatty said, "Brother, could you help me with something?" "What is it?" "Proposal." Fatty grinned. "You know how fond I am of little Kuei. I vowed that the day I ascend I will make her empress through any means. With the current reversal, Veiled Dragon Pavilion will look down on the Yuan clan. So I ask you, brother, to help me." Zhuofan nodded after a while. "No problem. I can ask them, but it's out of my hands if they refuse. If you plan on using my name to steal a wife, think again." "Ha ha ha, the great steward Zhuo's mind is a maze. How could I ever use you?" Fatty said. "I do not want your name, just for you to help me. The Chuanrong Emperor sent a letter not long ago, to redeem to Oba Taizhan and the others by ceding Chuanrong's most fertile lands. I can only accept it with my seal. You will have to kill me to sign it though. I'll never do it without little Kuei. I want to give this land to Veiled Dragon Pavilion." Veiled Dragon Pavilion would probably accept the proposal with open arms. But they have few men and the lands are at the border. They're sure to come to you for help. You have the Dugu army and can use it to absorb the Veiled Dragon Pavilion completely to achieve peace. We'll each get what we want." Zhuofan nodded. "Nice one. You're just as wise as your father. Be honest now, have you ever thought of attacking me?" "Never." Fatty's response was quick. Zhuofan stared at him for a good while and nodded. "I will help you. But leave the talks up to me, I can squeeze more conditions. I can't have you lose out with just a wedding." "Ha ha ha, to you it might be nothing, but to me that wedding is everything." Fatty sighed. "I can see my lands are forfeit, but I won't lose my love as well. I'd rather have the beauty over the lands." Chapter 509. The Rivers Each Call Their King. Chapter 509. The Rivers Each Call Their King. Zhuofan eyed him with doubt, though still trusted him. A shrewd man in the grips of love will never claw his way out. "I'll be going then. Goodbye." Zhuofan walked away. Fatty sighed. "Oh, brother, I always thought of attacking, but never had the courage." He turned to Fang Qiubai. "The Yuan clan is now entering hibernation for a few days. I don't want to do anything. Let's go deal with the last variable." Fang Qiubai nodded and followed closely. The 2 arrived at the Imperial Palace's southwest corner, a prison for most heinous criminals. "Zhuofan, wait!" Walking out of the Imperial Palace, a soft voice called for him. He saw Yongning running over with Yuan Shuang. Zhuofan asked, "What is it, Princess?" "I would like to thank you for defending Tianyu from Chuanrong's invasion, saving our people and easing father's crimes." She made a deep bow. Zhuofan mocked, "Princess, you're no fool. Since I've ruined your father's master plan, worse days await your clan. Yet you are thanking me?" "I have to. I know father was wrong in his ways, earning the ire of everyone. This was just righteous retribution. I do not hate anybody." "Of course you don't, how can your weak body hold it in? You always let it out in a hissy fit." "Ha ha ha," Zhuofan teased, "though I have to admire your father for the ingenious plan he came up with. Alas, fate wasn't on his side. With me and Schwanger joining hands, things might have been different otherwise." The princess merely gave a smile and a sigh. Father's success was only for the imperial family, while the people would have suffered. I'd rather see my father fail than watch such an outcome. Yongning gazed upon him with pleading eyes. Zhuofan, could you please do something for me? What? Glancing at Yun Shuang's hopeful eyes, he turned to the princess. She mumbled, Big brother is guilty of regicide and patricide, his fate is death. But he is still my brother. I hope to see him, but I do not know where he is. Third brother won't tell me. I can only ask you. To avoid the scandal of the crown prince's crimes, Fatty said he died at the hands of Chuanrong. How do you think Fatty will handle him? Life in prison or death? Zhuofan eyed the princess. If it's the latter, he must be dead already. The princess panicked inside. Yun Shuang pouted. Well, is he dead or in prison? Beats the hell out of me. It's Fatty's problem now. Save it. Elderly told me you have spies everywhere in the imperial palace, watching the new emperor's every move. Yun Shuang meddled. Princess lit up and watched him with hope. Since when is Elder Li's tongue so loose? Zhuofan admitted, Yes, I know where the crown prince is being kept. He is in the royal prison. See, can we go see him? The princes asked. Zhuofan refused. I and Fatty are sworn brothers. I will not interfere as long as he doesn't overstep. Yongning's mood fell. Yun Shuang glared. When have you ever been so righteous? Humph, all I hear is excuses. Don't help us, we'll just force our way in and say it's your orders. See how those guards stop us then. Hold on a minute. Zhuofan sighed in the end. Fine, I'll take you, but you are to speak of this to no one. I want to keep an eye on Fatty for some more time. His every move impacts his future behavior. The girls nodded with a smile. Zhuofan sighed and snaked his hands on their waists, his right eye flashing golden. We're off. Ah! The two blushed. Appearing in a yellow prison corridor, the girls shirked him off and watched Zhuofan point at the third cell. Crown Prince is there. The princess nodded with a lowered blushing head. Same as Yun Shuang, they were pure ladies. With Zhuofan making a move on them on the fly, they felt embarrassed, yet the main culprit only looked at them oddly. What's with them? One minute they nag me to bring them here, the next they stiffen up. The Emperor has arrived. A sharp voice echoed in the damp prison, and the girls panicked. Yongning whispered, Zhuofan, let's leave. Third brother is here. Zhuofan shook his head. No, with this prison being a secret, it's the best way to test him. I want to see just what is on Fatty's mind. And if his words are true. Keep quiet and don't move, Zhuofan urged. His eye lit up in 3 golden halos as he activated Mirage World Hum. The 3's images warped and soon vanished. Zhuofan had created an illusion to house them from prying eyes. Fong Qiubai and Fatty walked over Clang. The cell door opened and the two walked in to meet a very familiar figure, Crown Prince though with his sealed cultivation. His body was covered in wounds from all the torture. Big Zhuofan covered Yongning's mouth as she cried with a twisted smile. Fatty paced before Crown Prince. Big brother, I've been a bit busy as of late, with father's funeral and my ascension, so I couldn't see you. Crown Prince's pale face sized Fatty's new golden threads with a feeble gaze, and he mocked. You fat pig, clothes do not make you an emperor. To think I fell to your hand. You sure kept it to yourself. Ha ha ha, I had to play the uncouth boor, endure with humility under fake civility, or you'd spare nothing to get rid of me. Fatty put on a winning smile. Crown Prince gnashed his teeth. This should have all been mine. Blinded by what's in front of me, I lost sight of the bigger picture. I have failed. Crown Prince sighed, then mocked, but there was someone else behind it all. Old Third, you're just a figurehead. How does it feel? The real winner is Zhuofan, no? Ha ha ha. Fatty didn't give in to the cawing in his ear. Yes, he is the true winner here. I knew that already. He may have been had by father, assaulted on every turn, but I didn't join them. I was convinced he had plenty of ways to return the favor. Father's win wasn't guaranteed. Oh, you were so optimistic, weren't you? In times when his allies drifted off, fighting father and the entire nation, the only reason those allies returned was because Regent Estate ruined their homes. How are you so sure that he would have the last laugh? Don't tell me you're a visionary. Fatty shook his head. The world shook at the shake of the Earth Dragon's tail. Then came the Celestial Dragon to quell the chaos. As both the Celestial and Earth Dragons exist, the land and rivers shall each call their king. This was High Priest Yuan Xuanji's prophecy when Zhuofan swallowed Huangpu Qingtian's dragon soul, and the world trembled. Zhuofan had been disrupting Tianyu since then, and the factions were falling into dissent. It was then that Father grasped his chance, enacting his great plan in wrestling power back into his hands. Crown Prince sighed, but the fatty grinned. Wrong, it's all wrong. High Priest's words are an enigma. The first line, Father could make sense of it, but he read the last line wrong. The land and rivers shall each call their king isn't an omen of the collapse of Tianyu. Think about it, what does rivers imply? Water. With water and each combined, you get what? Luo. The last line clearly states the Luo clan will come out on top, by providence. Smiley face, it's a play on words or characters. What? Crown Prince was speechless. Heaven decreed for Luo clan to replace Yuan clan. Chapter 510, Demons. Chapter 510, Demons. Turning back towards the Crown Prince, Fatty smiled. For this very reason I never crossed swords with Zhuofan and Luo clan, in fear of Providence's retribution. My position bears, in fact, Heaven's stamp of approval. To hell with your approval, you're just a puppet. Is that something to take pride in? Crown Prince snorted. Fatty merely chuckled. Yet I am an emperor. Father's last words were, whatever you can grasp, it's yours. At least I have grasped the throne, while dear brother of mine laments, even failing to be a puppet. Why you, Crown Prince gnashed his teeth with a sadistic smile. Fatty clapped. Bring the medicine. Rotten ball of fat, what are you planning? Crown Prince cried. Fatty beamed. You used medicine to kill Father, a scandal I had to cover up. But for Father's revenge, I'll have you go down the same way. A servant approached with a reeking bowl. The awful stench was to die over. Yongning struggled to go there, but Zhuofan held her back, repeating over and over to stay calm. Crown Prince shuddered at every step of the incoming bowl of death. Damn fat ass, stop justifying killing me with your petty excuse. If it weren't for me acting first, you'd have stepped in as well that day. You dare come at me playing the timeless virtue, a damn hypocrite? You're right about one thing. We're both cruel and sinister. Fatty raised an eyebrow. Easing my conscience by taking revenge the same way you killed Father is one reason. While I'm more unsettled about letting you live. We have lost the trust of the guardian sects, and Zhuofan limits my actions. If by some miracle you manage to escape, and use your name as Crown Prince to fight me, those sects will squash Yuan clan. For the safety of our clan, Big Brother, have an early hereafter. Fatty took the bowl to Crown Prince. Crown Prince couldn't even move, only snapping back. Rotten piece of fat, you're gonna regret this. I never regret my actions, or I'd have never made it to the throne. Fatty snickered, his eyes shining with cruelty, as he pried Crown Prince's mouth open and force-fed the slimy medicine. Crown Prince put up a feeble fight. With his cultivation sealed, all he could do was seethe with hatred as the disgusting slime poured down his throat. Yongning was wrecked with tears, shaking like a leaf. Only keeping quiet thanks to Zhuofan holding her mouth. Fatty threw the empty bowl away and cackled. Ha ha ha, I can rest easy now. Ha ha ha, Fatty, joke's on you. You won't have a carefree reign even as a puppet. Crown Prince was bleeding from everywhere, his eyes bloodshot, yet laughed as he cursed. Fatty mocked. That's not for you to decide. What can a dead man do anyway? Oh really? Humph, you may kill me, damn Fatty, but don't think for a darn second you'll be at ease. There's someone else who wants your seat just as much. Second brother? Fatty snickered. Thanks for reminding me. That brick head will cause a mess sooner or later. But you can rest easy now, knowing I'll make sure he follows you soon enough. Crown Prince cackled. Ha ha ha, follow me? You'll have to find him first. What did you say? Fatty frowned and shouted. Didn't Father imprison him? What did you do? Crown Prince's face was covered in black blood, life ebbing out of his every pore, yet only his smile remained. I don't mind telling you. To make sure Father's anniversary went as I planned and old Second wouldn't flee in the chaos at Imperial Palace, I had set up some contingencies. First was poisoning the father and then killing your lardass in passing. The other was to have someone take old Second away. If I succeeded, old Second would die. If I failed, he'll be my avenger, turning Tianyu upside down. Why did you do that? Fatty squinted. If Father's plan had worked, Tianyu would have been Yuan clans. You are destroying our lands. Crown Prince mocked. My dear rotten fat ass, have you forgotten Father's teachings already that you just now preached? If I can't have these lands, I'd rather destroy them. Even if they're my brothers, ha ha ha. Crown Prince cackled and Fatty turned grim. How can old Second do it? He isn't capable of that. Yes, he alone has no hope, and that is why I had prepared some things for him. One of those things is the same gift I had obtained for Father, lands of our nation. Fatty blurted, Western lands' greatest man, Danqing Shen. Rumor has it that whoever holds lands of our nation, Danqing Shen will fulfill their wish. What, pray tell, do you think old Second's wish will be? Crown Prince's eyes were mad. Fatty stared at him coldly. Danqing Shen has been missing for 1,000 years with no one catching any sign of him. He may even be dead. This hope is a pipe dream. No matter how abysmal, as long as old Second lingers on, Danqing Shen will one day come to Tianyu. Your days as an emperor are numbered. Have a taste of constant dread looming over your shoulder, fat ass, ha ha ha. Crown Prince cackled as the light in his eyes faded. The proud smile remained even as he bled from every orifice. Fatty squinted and snorted as he stormed out of the jail, put out a wanted notice for Second Prince Yuan. Anyone catching him dead or alive will be greatly rewarded. Yes, sir. The jail guard's shout echoed out. With everyone gone, Zhuo turned towards the prideful but dead Crown Prince. With a flash of golden, he brought the girls out of their whoosh. The trio returned to the same spot they had left from, and Zhuo let the girls go. Princess Yongning fell to her knees, sobbing, Big brother, how could you do this to your third brother? It's simple. If he won, Fatty would have been the one lying in there instead. Zhuofan's flat tone came, masking the chaos within. Witnessing Fatty killing Crown Prince with such cruelty let him understand why Fatty was so at peace with his role. Perhaps it was Yun Xuanji's prophecy at work, that heaven could not be denied. Perhaps because of the three Sect's ever watchful eyes, ready to snuff him out the instant he strayed like the old emperor. That's why he wants to end the princes, to safeguard his future. It will stabilize his position in the short term, while the rest would be left for the future. By that time, Luo clan would be a behemoth not even the Sects could shake, and all of Fatty's machinations would not achieve anything, not while the greatest minds of Tianyu steer it. He could leave with an easy heart, breathing in and out. After so many years, my heart has found peace at last. Demons, all of them. Princess Yongning sobbed louder. She was oblivious to the deep-rooted hatred and hostilities between her dear brothers, a matter of life and death. All of it just for the throne? Your brothers, of the same flesh and blood. You can't even let each other live? Zhuo scratched his nose at her, crying, to be honest, I'm a demonic cultivator, practically a demon as well. Steward Zhuo, you don't count. Yun Shuang looked him in the eye with rosy cheeks. At least you want the best for Luo clan and the elders. If you're a demon as well, what will that make everyone else, devils? A chord moved in Zhuofan's heart and he frowned. I, a great and grand demonic emperor, true believer of the demonic path, is not a demon. Either everyone else is a demon or I'm straying farther from the demonic path. Zhuo was perplexed. His heart was at peace, yet his mind couldn't pierce the ever-thickening fog. Is this my demonic path? He used to be so clear-headed, but it has kept getting clouded as of late, Am I to tread ahead or take a step back? Yun Xuanji's words came back to him. This life might be just another way of cultivating. And he regained calm. Or regardless, the demonic path isn't definite. Just follow your heart. Shuang'er, tomorrow we're returning to Wingay City. Fatty's actions have put me at ease. Zhuofan spoke. Yun Shuang nodded. Yongning looked up at him and pleaded, Zhuofan, I beg of you to take me with you. I do not want to stay in such a painful place. Yun Shuang nodded before he could refuse. Of course. You'll come with me to Luo clan and live in the Yun clan. It's improper to take the great princess away. Zhuofan's dissuasion felt flat, and Yun Shuang said, We're the biggest clan there is. What's improper about that? Come on. She pulled Yongning away, leaving Zhuofan speechless. How come even Shuang'er has turned feisty, so out of her character? Am I a bad influence? Sigh, I'm such a bad uncle. Zhuofan shook his head. Chapter 511. Second Prince's Retribution. Chapter 511. Second Prince's Retribution. In a gloomy cave, Second Prince was asleep on a stone bed. Drip. An ice-cold droplet trailed down the cave wall and landed on his head. He flickered his eyes open with a shiver. Your Highness. A deep voice came from his side. Second Prince looked through the haze at a kneeling man covered in black. Startled, he jumped to his feet and shouted, Who are you? Where is this place? Your Highness, I am with the Crown Prince. He had me rescue Your Highness. His tone was cold, his words flat. Second Prince recalled that on the eve of his father's birthday, someone barged into his cell and knocked him out. Next thing he knew, he was here. Second Prince frowned, looking suspiciously at the man. So you are Big Brother's man? Humph, what is he up to now? Father had me imprisoned for life, and I am no threat to his throne. Your Highness, all Crown Prince has done is to save Your Highness. The man cupped his hands. Second Prince became even more suspicious. Save? That's not the brother I know. And who would want to kill me, father? Your Highness, many things have happened while you were imprisoned. In short, Third Prince colluded with the traitor Zhuofan, conspiring against His Majesty and Crown Prince. As the crisis came upon His Highness, he ordered me to save Your Highness in hope that Sir might one day restore the Yuan clan and eliminate those vile traitors. Impossible. Old Third is just a fat pig. He can't do anything. Second Prince refuted in mockery, or more like he could not once believe that where his rebellion failed, Fatty succeeded. That'll be the crown jewel of humiliation. Am I a bigger loser than even a fat pig? The man shook his head. With the Third Prince's ability, yes. But he had Zhuofan's cunning in catching His Majesty and Crown Prince unprepared, though that's not how the world sees it. Your Highness needs simply to take a walk outside and can learn who is the Emperor and who has the world. Third Prince betrayed his ancestors, surrendering Tianyu to that foul Zhuofan and becoming a puppet. Luo clan now reigns supreme, holding power above the imperial dynasty. Whole of Tianyu knows. And they've issued wanted notices for Your Highness to weed you out. These are facts Sir may find out just by stepping outside. I am telling no lies. Second Prince eyed him skeptically, yet gave credence to the words in the end. Because these conclusions were simple to reach, he found them to be sound. Being stuck in a cell all this time, Second Prince was oblivious to the great civil war in Tianyu, of the Emperor and Xuanrong's deal, and even Zhuge Chongfeng's rebellion. At this point he'd gobble up anything that was thrown at him. The Man in Black's fabricated story was based on facts. That Luo clan was Tianyu's apex, and the Emperor had changed. What was more, the Second Prince was in complete denial that Fatty had it in him to become Emperor. He must have resorted to some underhanded deeds to pull through. Second Prince grew outraged, oblivious that he was playing into Crown Prince's hand of inciting chaos. The Man in Black's order was, if Crown Prince ascended, kill Second Prince. If Crown Prince failed, make Second Prince his avenger. Yuan Yong had become the departed Crown Prince's tool. The Man in Black grinned inside, hidden behind a grieving facade. Damn you, pig, You stole my crown. You even gave away our lands. You are a stain upon Yuan name, a disgrace to our ancestors. Second Prince ranted then sighed, Alas, their power is beyond my reach. How am I to succeed in restoring our dignity, in getting revenge for father? Second Prince, Crown Prince has made plans. The man in black presented a black package. Your Highness, this is what Crown Prince has prepared for Sir. Therein lies the hope of revenge, of restoring our nation's glory. Second Prince opened it to find 3 items. The first was a painting Second Prince was most familiar with. Lands of our nation? Why did you give it to me, big brother? Am I to find the long-lost apex of Western lands' power, Danqing Xin, to help me? That's not possible. He's been gone for 1,000 years now. Where do I even start looking? Second Prince shook his head. This is too thin, way too thin. He moved on to a hand-sized box. On opening it, he cried, What is this? A sparkling orb rolled around inside, just like an eye. The man in black bowed. Second Prince, it is High Priest Yun Xuanji's eye, capable of reading the stars. When His Majesty obtained it, he had tried hundreds of ways to pierce its mystical ability, only to fail every time and give up. Crown Prince had the chance to get it. It is unknown what it can do, but it must be incredible for sure. He has passed it on to you, in hope that it may help Sir. Yun Xuanji's eye. Second Prince shook, eyeing the ocular organ, feeling a power taking over his mind. Staring at it for a fraction had him shaken to his core, his soul unsettled. He clenched his hand and took a good time to settle down, evil. Putting it back in the box, Second Prince eased a breath. I can't use it for now, nor do I know how. I know my limits not to mess with it. The man in black found it natural. What could he figure out when the Emperor's whole gang couldn't for so many years? Second Prince turned to the last item, an ancient piece of cloth engraved with a map. At a corner was an enlarged Yun character, Your Highness. This map was part of the Imperial Palace's treasury. Rumors say this map is what great ancestor used to find the Yun clan, their homeland. But with the Yun clan having gone from their ancestral home for so long, many have forgotten this detail. By following this map, Your Highness can find it. The man reported. Second Prince frowned at the 3 items. High Priest's eye, Yun clan's ancestral map and lands of our nation. Big brother wants me to. Correct. Yun clan's high priests can read fate, so their ancestral home must be the only place to unravel the eye's mysteries. By using the mystic eye, you might even catch Danqing Xin's trail among the flow of fate. The man in black cupped his hands. Second Prince sighed. Big brother is thorough to think of such a plan, of exceptional talent. If he could find Danqing Xin, he could take back more than just Tianyu Empire, even the whole Western lands. Second Prince shouted, All right, since Big Brother has gone to such lengths, I will complete his design by finding Western land's greatest expert. Then, old Third and Zhuo, your deaths shall be nigh. Second Prince steeled himself, and the man in black slipped on a wide smile. Crown Prince, your soul can look on in peace knowing your design carries on. Second Prince is on the path you paved, your avenger. Meanwhile, Zhuo paid Veiled Dragon Pavilion a trip to tell them about Fatty's proposal. Long Yifi couldn't be happier, agreeing on the spot with 1,000 miles of rich lands at their disposal. Anyone would accept. Though with it being on the border, carrying out operations was risky of course. He'd ask Zhuo for troops, and the man agreed just as quickly. Sharing a secret glance with his masterminds, everyone enacted psychological warfare on Long Yifi's mind by explaining the benefits of Luo alliance with so many upsides to it. Veiled Dragon Pavilion hopped right on the bandwagon. With one down, the other 2 allies weren't far away either, all coming over as easy as breathing, with Luo clan being the one true clan here. With them they'd live the high life. But against them, an early grave, adding the 3 old weasels' sly and smooth speech into the mix. It worked to cower and awe the trio into falling in line to the extent that they thought they were the ones better off. It was Zhuo Fan's way of showing gratitude to the old allies for all that they had done, but when did heaven ever flung a pie in anyone's lap? Every single benefit they received was followed by an equal, if not larger, price. Having joined the Luo alliance, they'd make it big, sure, but they had lost independence, reduced to mere members of the Luo alliance, unable to direct their own development, and being at the whims of the organization just like the other clans were vassals to the houses. Only now, the relations were much tighter, yet still had a defined hierarchy. The alliance leader was a no-brainer, Luo clan, with the rest being members they controlled, not that the others minded. With the Luo alliance in inception, they'd get a little something, and that proved to be enough to forget about vapid stuff like freedom. Now came the time of consolidating Luo clan's power. Although Zhuo Fa had no hand in it, leaving it to the clan's newest steward, it was time to leave. Chapter 512. Farewell to mortal domain, farewell to my demons. Chapter 512. Farewell to mortal domain, farewell to my demons. Commander Tauba, let's meet again some day. Back in Wingay City, Zhuo Fan had the Tiger's escort to Oba Taizhan and the rest of Chuanrong to the borders, for the trade-off. With all of them having their cultivation sealed, the 500,000 Dugu army had no trouble escorting these 2 million prisoners at the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Zhuo Fan put on a kind face watching the Chuanrong army. But to Oba Tieshan's reply was cold, even when cupping hands. Let's not. I don't ever want to see you again. Ha ha ha. Commander Tauba surely jests the least we are as adversaries and should have each other's respect, no? The same way you and Marshal Dugu treated each other. Humph, I respected Dugu Zhantian for his exquisite military talent, but more for his character. While you're inhuman, all you do is trick, cheat, and steal. And that flying tiger army is the last straw. Where the hell did you come up with such a dominating army? Tuoba Taizhan clearly had some misgivings about his loss. Zhuo Fan laughed. He noticed the eyes of the Chuanrong generals having some resentment as well, but there was more respect and fear than anything. By fighting Zhuo Fan, they learnt what godly skill meant. His leadership was average, but he more than made up with his twisted bag of trick. At any given time, he would just pull something out of the hat so freakish, he'd make you pee your pants. No one wanted him for an opponent. It was too taxing to figure him out. To Oba Lufeng was of the same mind. The 8 wolf wardens sighed, while only Taobal Yener had a complex smile and ended up shouting, Zhuo Fan, you still owe me half of those herbs in Beast King Mountain. What half? Please mind yourself, sister. You're my captive here. All of you are. I owe you nothing. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan teased. Taobal Yener blushed, whipping her head away and muttering, who's yours? Damn blabbing jerk. Zhuo Fan said a few words to the tigers before sending them off. He went to Blackwind Mountain's hall, which was packed with people. As it marked his final day as Luo clan steward, he had to check everything to leave with an easy heart. Li Jingtian, Shui Qingjian, Qiu Yanhai, heaven and earth sages, step forth. The 5 people obeyed and bowed at his command. The sages had endless admiration for him too. They were in the 3rd layer of ethereal stage after 300 years of constant regret and suffering for being stuck at peak radiant stage. So grateful, they were devoted to the point of laying their lives down if Zhuo Fan ever asked them, you 5 elders are the strongest and shall henceforth be Luo clan's venerables, keeping clan head and young miss safe. Zhuo Fan spoke and the 5 nodded, yes sir. Zhuge Chongfeng, Ling Wuchang and Yu Ming had a gander at Zhuo Fan's true intentions in his time as steward. Zhuo Fan only ever made Luo clan strongest, elders at best. By lifting these strongest 5 to the title of venerables, he was absolving them of the steward's control. Zhuo Fan copied the emperor, making the military and officials balance each other. Even with the bloodworms, Steward Zhuo isn't assured of young master's safety. He feared being unable to hold back these monsters. Zhuge Chongfeng shook his head. Zhuge Chongfeng, Ling Wuchang, Yu Ming to the front. Zhuo Fan called again. Zhuo Fan said, Zhuge Changfeng shall be the steward of Luo clan, assisting clan head with the Luo alliance, effective immediately. Ling Wuchang shall be the overseer, in charge of Luo clan's resource collection and related matters. Yu Ming is to be the military advisor, assisting the Shadow Corps and Dugu army with foreign intelligence and raids. Startled, the trio resigned themselves. Yes, sir. Zhuofan had effectively cut their jurisdiction, with each holding the other in check. Zhuge Changfeng had people to handle as he was in charge of the Luo alliance. Ling Wuchang was in charge of the economy, having a monopoly on all the resources, while Yu Ming had the military. These three powers helped each other while also holding each other back. It was obvious not everything was at their whims flicking them away. Zhuofan went on with his preparations and repeated warnings, to Lei Yuding and Lei Yuntian in particular. Being enemies with Yu Ming just wouldn't do yet. With Yu Ming leaving Hell Valley for the Luo clan, the two no longer cared at long last. Zhuofan called Luo Yunhai to his side. Little brat, did you learn the gestures I taught you? Yes. Luo Yunhai was tearful, his words choking. Give it a go then. Zhuofan snickered. Luo Yunhai made a sign and the hall was filled with all kinds of wondrous tonalities of pain and agony, resulting with the experts crumbling on the floor with the end of the torture by another sign. They collected themselves and now had fear for the young kid. Zhuofan actually gave control of the bloodworms to him. The next time any of them had bad thoughts about clan head, they'd be toast worried to the extreme. They each saw the bitterness in their neighbors' eyes. Zhuofan smirked, nodding at their terror-stricken faces. Leaving without holding clan head in fear is not happening. Young miss, give me the thunder ring. Zhuofan turned to the crying Luo Yunchang. She held the ring close to her heart as she denied. Why? It's mine. Do you want to take it with you? You won't even leave me a keepsake? Zhuofan chuckled and shook his head. He used his eye instead of talking and the ring landed in his hand. Luo Yunchang went to take it back but Zhuofan placed it in Luo Yunhai's hand, his tone stoic. Clan head Luo Yunhai, today this steward shall leave and with my return a mystery. I will be unable to see your clan head ceremony. I give you the thunder ring, for that the next time it flickers, know that I have returned. Zhuofan's tone wasn't just for Luo Yunhai, but for everyone else, as a warning. Don't you dare think my departure is final. You better behave. Luo Yunchang halted her step and held her mouth. With eyes swimming in tears, Zhuofan had gone above and beyond the call of duty for the Luo clan. Even forced to go to demon scheming sect, all for Luo clan's safety or with Zhuofan's skills. Nothing and no one would ever catch wind of him leaving this time was because demon scheming sect had to have him. The times ahead could very well be dangerous and life-threatening. He might not even return in spite of it all. Zhuofan's last thoughts were about Luo clan's safety. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Luo Yunhai forced himself to be calm as he raised his arm with the thunder ring and proclaimed, I, Luo Yunhai, vow that this thunder ring shall be clan head's symbol for generations, Luo Alliance's token of authority. This ring represents the clan head. No matter how big the Luo Alliance becomes, it will be Steward Zhuo's supporter. No matter what danger Steward Zhuo may face, be it the three sects themselves, the Luo Alliance will stop at nothing, not for resources and not for men, to help Steward Zhuo. Luo Yunhai's voice echoed out, filled with determination. Zhuofan looked at his own thunder ring. I am no longer of the Luo clan, and any danger I face will be unrelated to them. Yet the Luo clan would stick with him no matter what. Such a display of devotion left him touched to the core. People looked at Luo Yunhai with respect. Although young, he was loyal, a rarity in this world. Watching the all-grown-up kid, Zhuofan smiled, patting his head. He then walked past him and stepped out. People made way for him, watching the ineffable steward who raised a third-rate clan to be the best in Tianyu walk on by. Luo Yunhai shook, choked with emotion. He finally got a hold of himself to let out one last shout, Big Brother Zhuo, you must come back. The words carried far, while Luo Yunchang sobbed next to him, her eyes red from crying at the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Zhuofan walked among the shadows of the forest, his eyes glowing, feeling for his heart. It's not hurting. The demon is gone. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan and the once servant Zhuo Fan were of one heart today, of firm belief that the Luo clan was safe. Yet even without the heart demon, there were many other matters inside his heart that he couldn't throw away. Chapter 513, Confession. Chapter 513, Confession. You're crying. No, something fell in my eyes. Zhuo Fan turned towards the cute voice, to see Yun Shuang and Yongning. He then looked away and blinked the lonely tear away, and made a rushed excuse. Yun Shuang giggled, and Yongning covered her smile, all while their fondness for him grew. Even this obnoxious and tyrannical steward had a hidden face. What are you two doing here? Shuanger, as the Yun clan head, weren't you saying you'd take your clan around Blackwind Mountain to establish an observatory? Angry, the two girls saw something unmanly. Zhuo Fan snorted to these two though. He looked like pouting, and they laughed. Yun Shuang had a soft gaze. You saved the people, and you took revenge for my grandfather. Now that you are leaving, I must see you off and give my gratitude. No need. It was all in passing, just by chance. Zhuo Fan shook his hand and mocked. I was never someone to do good, only thinking about ruining my enemy. If it were a righteous and benevolent ruler standing in my way, I might be the one throwing these people in chaos. My eyes only see my opponent and nothing else. Yun Shuang frowned but shook her head. You always call yourself evil, and maybe consider yourself to be heinous, but unlike all those twisted people, you have a sliver of conscience. You're redeemable, that's why. Yun Shuang blushed and came up to him to whisper in his ear these sweet words. I shall follow grandfather's wish and will always be in Luo clan, waiting for you to save you from eternal damnation and become a good man. Even if you aren't willing, I'll just stick with you forever. Zhuo Fan shook, his face taking an odd expression. He saw Yun Shuang blush harder, her clear eyes filled with unspeakable softness. Yun Shuang avoided his gaze and muttered, No matter if you want to or not, remember our promise. You must come back. Yun Shuang skipped away while hugging her face, though now her ears were red. Zhuo Fan blinked in a daze. What promise? You decided all by yourself without asking me. Just who could have taught her how to behave so rudely? Why does it feel like me though? Yongning giggled and presented a green bracelet with tender eyes. Zhuo Fan, look after it. My mother left it for me. We will be worlds apart now, but never forget me. Save it. There's no reason why I should take your bracelet, let alone always remember you. What the hell are you up to? Zhuo Fan glared glum. Yongning resorted to stomping. Are you dense as a brick or what? I can't be any more obvious than that. You're not happy unless I spit it out? Zhuo Fan raised a suspicious eyebrow. Yongning shouted in annoyance. Zhuo Fan, I shall inform you today that this princess has taken a liking to you. I have made the trip to Blackwind Mountain to be around you more and grow closer. Yet just as I've arrived, you plan on leaving. No choice but to use the last resort, exchanging vows through keepsakes in hope that you will never forget me. Wait, hold your horses. Zhuo Fan waved all over the place. Your Highness, are you high? We barely know each other. There's nothing between us. Isn't it a bit sudden dumping this on me now? Not one bit. Haven't you heard of love at first sight? Yongning blinked her purty eyes. Mom used to tell me as a child that no matter the danger, never fear. Because Prince Charming will come from the heavens, holding me in his safe embrace and keeping the danger at bay. On that day, outside the Imperial Palace, the same moment my life was at peril, you appeared. It's just like Mom said. You're my destiny. Face twitching, Zhuo Fan sighed. Princess, that's just a fairy tale for children. You're too old to be reading those. No, this is my mother's will that I must honor. Just like Shuanger grandfather's will. Besides, you accepted Shuanger, so why not me as well? I do not care for being second since we're close as sisters. When did I do that? Zhuo Fan was confused. Didn't she just say she'll be with you for life? Not refusing is accepting. Someone like her, so kind and shy, taking the initiative is remarkable. And I too, shall lower my status by throwing myself in your arms, willing to share you with others. That's even more remarkable. Grinning, Yongning noticed the stars in his eyes, presenting the bracelet like a nice alluring auntie to a sweet little boy. Zhuo, take it and we will be together forever in happiness. Gulping, the once fearless steward Zhuo crumbled in sweat on the battlefield of love with such a mighty adversary like General Yongning. They were right, women are just like tigers. PP Princess, calm down now. I am but a nobody with even my life uncertain. You need to be cautious before being with me. Your end will be bitter. I am cautious. A wife follows her husband, she'll remain a widow for life, but I am more than happy to walk this path. Like you always say, follow your heart. This is what I'm doing, listening to your words. Yongning giggled with her eyes tinted with desire. Zhuo grimaced and felt like slapping his rotten mouth. That's what I get from spewing crap. Now I have to answer for it. Princess, take it easy. You, a glorious princess, should have a better future. Like the 4 tigers, yes, they are renowned generals, always crying for a wife. Think them over. Don't want to. I only need you in my life, I am dead serious. Yongning blinked her charming eyes at him. Even our tempers match. Match your head. I felt sorry for leaving Luo clan, but now I see that I need to get out of here fast. Thinking so, he then jerked his head and pointed behind her. Schwanger, did you come back for Princess? Schwanger. Yongning turned. It was the window he desperately desired, and Zhuo grasped it like his life depended on it. Yongning did look back at him, only to find him gone stomping. Yongning looked bitterly at the bracelet, her eyes clouded with anger. I only wanted you to take my keepsake to remember me by. I'm no tiger, so why did you run off? Humph, stinker. A chilly wind passed by her legs. Standing there, she had lost her lively spirit, now turned desolate with tears streaming down her face. She, a great princess, had just made her first confession only to be rejected like that somewhere else. Zhuo appeared a mile away from Blackwind Mountain filled with trepidation. He didn't hate the ladies, but no way was he going to accept them. Their sincerity is touching enough, but I am a demon. He wouldn't fall in love out of principle. He had been like this all his life, and it had turned into natural behavior. His heart was too heavy for it to contain love. While that made dealing with hypocrites a breeze. Wait! Another soft voice stopped him, and all he could do was look at the sky with a long drawn-out sigh. For the love of all that's holy on this God's green earth, am I the only man alive here? What are all these girls coming at me for? Zhuo turned around lazily, only to jerk at the sight of her. It was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Kue. The lass never liked him, and every time they talked, they always ended up bickering. Just like enemies when Luo clan was still a no-name clan, this girl looked down on these hicks. For the same reason, he made the 10-year promise in anger that Luo clan would rise above all the houses. Zhuo almost forgot it had been that long. But on seeing her, an evil fire lit up in his heart. Damn lass, right on time. I'm gonna show off till you drop. Long Kue noticed him jerk at her call, then a trepidation, and lastly confusion. But right now, he had turned evil, putting on a haughty look, his nose way high. She was lost to what came on to him. What's with him changing tunes in a split second? Did he hit his head or something? Chapter 514, One-Sided Love. Chapter 514, One-Sided Love. Heard you are leaving Tianyu, Long Kue said softly. Zhuo smiled. Word sure travels fast. Why, have you come to see me off? Of sorts. What matters is the promise from 10 years ago. Long Kue smiled. Zhuo was stumped. That was supposed to be his line, to mock the lass and put her down. Why is she the one bringing it up? It was the same as getting paid rent without asking for it. It made no sense. Long Kue saw past his angelic face and smiled. 10 years ago I was young and rash, looking down on you in my ignorance and speaking out of place. I offer you my deepest and sincerest apology. Long Kue made a deep bow. Zhuo was speechless. All the work I put into showing off just got washed away. With the other person apologetic, he had nothing to build his act on. He could only shirk it off. It's fine, I already forgot such trifles, ha ha ha. A liar. Long Kue straightened up and her eyes took a crafty glint. You've surpassed everything that stood in your way these years, turning a nameless clan into a monster. A commendable act no ordinary person could ever achieve. I have seen your trail one step at a time, and you have left me stunned every single time. I now understand why you mustn't look down on youth. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, please. Zhuo chuckled, beaming with the pride of his achievements. The last sure holds me in high regard. His pride was short-lived though, as Long Kue drove her attack fully in, catching Zhuo on the wrong foot. Crud, she got me. Though you can't look down on youth, is it fine to pick on defenseless girls? Long Kue's tone had some bite. Zhuo was lost for words. Long Kue's apology was fake in order to condemn him. It was all smoke and mirrors to lift him high, only to slam him down to earth with a well-placed blow to the hypothetical gut. She fed my ego to strike back. The day finally came for even the grand Zhuo to grow so complacent to fall for such a basic trick. Zhuo worked his brain matter for some excuse, only to come empty, not getting why Long Kue got so aggressive. He put on an awkward smile. Miss Long Kue, why, may I ask, are you so angry? Why? You should ask yourself, humph. Long Kue glared. Did you not go to Pavilion Lord with a proposal, to marry me off to that accursed tub of lard? Oh, so that's how it is. Zhuo cooled on the spot, having grasped the reason. I was just the messenger. I didn't force anyone. The decision was up to Pavilion Lord Long. Though. What? Long Kue frowned. Zhuo snickered. Though he's the only tub of lard offering such a grand betrothal gift. Pavilion Lord Long couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. In fact, I don't think anyone could. That's a 1,000-mile stretch of fertile land. For Fatty to offer so much only goes to show his love for you. You will have happiness. Humph, my happiness is my business. A busybody like you has no right to interfere. Long Kue's anger burned even hotter. Zhuo slumped his shoulders and shook his head. All I did was to pass along a brother's words. You can be against it all you want, but take it out on Pavilion Lord Long and Fatty, not me. I'm leaving Tianyu and don't need any more annoyances. Zhuo playing the victim only incensed her into shouting. Some brother you are. Would you have done the same if Fatty wanted Ninger? Zhuo frowned, his heart a mess. His eyes darkened and his heart grew icy, but that didn't stop Long Kue's berating. What if he went for Chu Qingqing? Would you play the messenger then as well? Zhuo heart sank, finding it impossible to make a coherent sentence. Just standing there with a hardened gaze, the answer to that was clear. A resounding no. Long Kue struck a frail figure as she nodded. I see. Next month I will marry His Majesty. A shame the best steward in Tianyu, the great steward Zhuo, won't be there to see it. Long Kue sighed, rambling on before walking away in silence. Zhuo noticed as she turned, 2 trails falling down her cheeks. Zhuo had a puzzled gaze as he saw Long Kue empty inside and rambling on. Wasn't she blaming me just now? How is it that she's the one to leave defeated? Doesn't that happen after a big fuss or fight or something? Peculiar. Zhuo shook his head and sighed, putting this affair behind him as he went on his way. Oddly enough, no one noticed Fatty and Fang Qiubai close by Fatty's side. Brother Zhuo, I can never take you on, but I can play little tricks. Your Majesty, this should make her give up. Fang Qiubai turned to Long Kue. Fatty nodded with a wise gaze. The proposal would have worked with that stretch of land alone. But to have little Kue look forward to the wedding is impossible, not while she loved someone else. Zhuo Fan. Fang Qiubai spoke firmly. Fatty smiled, correct. Ever since Luo clan's ceremony, outside the imperial palace, I saw something growing in little Kuei for the brat. I was hesitating whether to fight such a man over a woman, only to find it wasn't necessary. Little Kuei's one-sided love was something he had no clue of, nor did he much care for her. This was little Kuei's path she had to take herself. So I had Zhuo be the messenger, making it look like Zhuo threw little Kuei into my lap. In pain, little Kuei had to come to Zhuo to confirm it. Now she knows there's no place for her in his heart and should give up. A woman with a dead heart will be sure to accept her fate next to me, as Empress. What if Zhuo finds out? With his mean streak, Fang Qiubai frowned. Fatty waved it off with a smile. No worries. Do you know why, despite his sharp mind, did I still get to use him? He never gave a damn about little Kuei, so he just overlooked everything. I borrowed his luck with women, but he didn't lose either. In fact, by having Veiled Dragon Pavilion enter the Luo clan, even if he did find out, it won't matter. I have finally grasped Zhuo character. He is selfish and won't act unless someone encroaches on his people. Ha ha ha! Fatty's eyes shone with wisdom. He turned and said, Sir Fang, any news of the second brother? No, he has disappeared. Fang Qiubai shook his head. Fatty shouted, Keep searching. Don't stop until I see him or his corpse. In the meantime, Zhuo went to the meeting place with the demon scheming sect. Then, cackles announced the arrival of 4 black smokes. They took the form of the 4 scheming demons. You're the one receiving me? Ha ha ha, that's great. Zhuo laughed. The 4 pygmies were ordered to return to the sect before the war with Chuanrong. By the impermanence 5, they had spent too long outside after busting out of prison and had to get back to the sect helpless. The 4 pygmies returned to get their punishment. Zhuo figured he'd never see them again, either put in a corner or thrown in jail again. Yet here they were, as Wuyue's men acting as his guide to the sect. He was pleasantly surprised. With the sect in a remote and hidden area, the secular world having no clue of its location, only its disciples could guide him there, and since they all knew each other, it'd make the trip easier. But the 4 scheming demons, on seeing that it was Zhuo, puffed out in cockiness, with Violent Demon presenting a jade slip with all the arrogance he had. Are you ready to enter our sect, new disciple? We are the Demonic Cultivator Hero Quartet, the greatest and handsomest in the demon scheming sect, 4 scheming demons coming to receive you. State your name, age, birthplace, date of birth, cultivation. Do you shits have such short memories? Allow me the honor of refreshing it, of those thrilling moments long past. Zhuo made a sign. The 4 screamed in pain, now rolling on the floor from the bloodworms acting up. Steward Zhuo, we'd never. It was all a joke, see. Let us go. Steward Zhuo, we're just doing our job. You'll soon be a disciple while we have a higher status. You can't always treat us like this. Steward Zhuo, it hurts. I can't take it. Make it stop. The 4 demons flounced around in pain and pleaded. Zhuo only smiled, his eyes icy. No matter how high you climb, get this straight. No matter where I go, I will never be beneath anyone. Chapter 5:15 Bumping into Mystical Heaven Sect. Chapter 5:15 Bumping into Mystical Heaven Sect. Steward Zhuo, your temper hasn't changed, I see. Still as violent, ha ha ha. On a gloomy lone path, 5 people walked. A youth with a sinister smile and 4 5-foot midgets. Violent Demon was fanning Zhuo and sucking up at the same time. Zhuo mocked. Do you think less than half a year is enough to change anyone? Then again, you 4 shits only get more outrageous after a few days away from my side. You even had the nerve to show off to me. Steward Zhuo, please, that was just the perks of the job. Wimp Demon explained. Besides, the sect is filled with nasty people, always acting tough to the newbies. We were only helping you stay out of trouble. Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Did you just think I'll be railroaded? The 4 jerked, and shook their heads at once. Violent Demon cuffed Wimp Demon over the head. Ignorant fool, who do you take Steward Zhuo for? It's already a miracle if he doesn't railroad others. But if others did that to him? That's a death sentence. All bobbed, Zhuo included, others aside. If you four don't know me by now after all this time, now that's ridiculous. A mere demon scheming sect, an average sect of the mortal domain, can't have anyone that can stand up to me. Zhuofan's grin widened. Violent demon checked the time and was all wishy-washy. Steward Zhuo, there is the matter of overdoing things. We should hurry along since we're already late. It won't do for us to earn sect leaders' ire. Let's fly at least. Where's the fire? I've been cooped up in Tianyu for years, and now that I get to travel, can't I enjoy the view, have a taste of the great outdoors? Zhuo shot him down. He had no intention of fitting in just yet. Who knows when he'd get out? He'd need approval for any outing or relaxation once institutionalized, and with no place to vent, he'd go stir-crazy. So if he could drag it out, he'd go the distance on foot. The four scheming demons, though, were feeling quite tense. It was a mission from the sect to receive new disciples. Being late would get the sect leader on their backs, the one who they couldn't mess with yet. He paled in comparison to this new guy, the great steward Zhuo. Having fed them bloodworms, they'd be on someone's bad side no matter the choice, and the four felt like crying. Since when did taking in a new disciple become such a toil? To any rowdy disciple, there were so many ways to get him to wait on the guides. By the time they reached the sect, he'd be a meek lamb, while on this lord before them, the usual tricks never worked. In fact, they'd be happy if this steward stopped waiting on them, to say nothing of what other dirty tricks his twisted mind might cook up. One wrong word and it'd be hell on earth. This is no new disciple, but an ancestor's detail. Steward Zhuo, think of our fond times together and help us out a little. Let's fly. We can just carry you if you want. Going like this will really make us run late. Violent demon implored while sobbing. The other three put on sad faces and puppy eyes. Zhuo eyed them and snorted. What are you scared of? Wuyue invited me in. You think he'd mind some slight delay? Bro, he won't mind it with you, but he'll ruin us. Violent demon cried a river and wailed. Steward Zhuo, we've risked life and limb in the old days for you. You can't always treat us like dirt, or the sect leader will have us thrown in a thunder prison for another century. The others nodded with pleading faces. Zhuo shook his head and sighed. Fine, we'll fly as a favor for those days. But you'll carry me? Yes, sir. The four grew ecstatic, and Zhuo shook his head. Wuyue must have everything in a tight grip to have even these wild and unpredictable pygmies wrecked with fear. The four joined hands in lifting Zhuo high above. Zhuo closed his eyes, feeling soothed just like in a deck chair. The clear blue sky, the warm rays of the sun, all felt like utter bliss. Though the fighting sounds from the nearby woods broke the mood. The four scheming demons looked at each other to see the glee in their eyes. Someone's fighting. Let's have a look-see. Wimp demon said. Thrilled violent demon was in total agreement. Who is it, I wonder? Sucka ruckus is bound to be interesting. Even if it is, should we go? We don't have much time left to return. Scrooge demon calculated the pros and cons. Sly demon asked the final question. Do we go or not? After a moment of silence, looking at each other's eyes, the four's decision was unanimous. Damn right we go. They threw Zhuo off their backs while they turned into black smoke to go in the battle's direction. Zhuo had some me time, basking in the sun's warm glow, only to have a very rude awakening. Smashing face first into the ground with a raging glare, he searched his quarry, to find none. Blast and thunder. Now I see why Wuyue would want to throw them in prison for a century. It'd be a 10,000 years if it were me. Zhuo patted the dust off of him, his face burning with rage. And noticing the sounds, he flew straight towards it with an insidious mind. You like to watch, don't you? See how I'll make you the stars of the show. 15 minutes later, Zhuo found the pygmies at a valley entrance. With their butts stuck out and heads in a bush, Zhuo grinned and grabbed them. Now I got you, you little shits. The four panicked all right, yet for some odd reason they kept shushing him while pointing at the bush. Zhuo paused, noticing it was an odd behavior even for these clowns. Curiosity got the better of him, as he let them go, and stuck his head into the bush. The valley was more like a trench. Their bush's position offered a good vantage point and clear view to the sheer drop below, and the two groups of men at the bottom. One was clothed in black, with the character for soul written on them, exploding with savage energy, demonic cultivators, while the other side wore all white with the word mystical sewn in golden on one of their shoulders. The two sides were in a deadlock, their eyes only for the small plant with 3 leaves of red, yellow and blue between them. Its intoxicating aroma was felt all the way up to the spectators. 9th grade spiritual herb, tricolor soul-fixing grass. Zhuo muttered. Violent demon used this prime chance to suck up. Steward Zhuo is wise and far-seeing. It is indeed the rare tricolor soul-fixing grass. The pill made from it can protect one's soul from scattering. Even after months of soul drifting, you'll still be at peak. It is the most rare and precious herb in assuring an ethereal stage expert's life. Zhuo nodded. For anyone below the ethereal stage, it would keep their soul in one piece and save their life. If he had it when Ninger's soul was wounded, he wouldn't have needed Wuyue. While in the case of an ethereal stage expert, it would slow down the decay of the soul while devoid of a body and help them seize another. If elder she had it, he wouldn't have panicked so much on losing his body. Tricolor soul-fixing grass was such a rare safety measure that one would be hard-pressed to find it even in sections. Which explained the impasse below. Do you know who they are? Zhuo asked. Violent demon nodded softly. Steward Zhuo, those in black are from the demon soul sect, demonic cultivators like us, both of different factions. Their sect is even stronger than ours, best left alone. While the ones in white are on our side, from one of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, mystical heaven sect. But righteous and demonic factions can't coexist, walking different paths. Mystical heaven sect? Zhuo was shocked. Isn't that the same one grandmother said Qingqing went to? Chapter 516, 3rd Master Han. Chapter 516, 3rd Master Han. 3rd Master Han, our sect found the herb first. What is the meaning of your presence here? Are you trying to steal it? The leader of the mystical heaven sects group was a charming and valiant girl. Her eyebrows delicate, her eyes pure, complementing her beauty and tenderness, but the fire in her worked as a deterrence, especially that ancient jade sword. Unleashing a chilling and sharp sword intent, even sheathed none from the demon soul sect met her gaze, afraid the sword intent might split their heads open on contact. One feminine man, with a sneer and sinister air, had no qualms about facing off. Jade sword fairy of mystical heaven sect, Shuai, is worthy of her reputation, even unpolished can exude her brilliance. Sword still in its sheath, yet the sword intent can cripple one's heart. I bow before the master. Enough patronizing, do you give up the spiritual herb or not? Shuai spat. Young Master Han smirked. Spiritual herbs have no owner, belonging to the one who can get it first. Why should we give it to you? Then again, dual cultivation in the company of Fairy Ruohua might give me pause. Swine! Shuai Ruohua blushed and her sword came out the sheath. Waves of light and sword energy flashed about as it whistled for Han Sanshao like a dragon. Anyone struck by it would find himself an extra large breathing hole from up above. Zhuo lauded her in silence. Women like her are quite rare, unleashing such a sharp sword strike. She's just like that sword fanatic, Xietianshang. I bet she's a real feisty one even casually. Yet no matter how good the attack was, with her being in the 5th layer of Radiant stage and him in the 7th, it wouldn't hit anything if he had some skills as well. To say nothing of the danger, it only got worse from here. By unleashing such a strong attack, she left herself open for a killing blow. Zhuo sighed. Sure as he lived. Han Sanshao laughed at the incoming sword, reacting with a palm attack. Great timing. Since Fairy Ruohua has no qualms, neither will I. A 2-meter-tall scarlet palm shot in front of him, high profound martial art, soul-seeking scarlet palm. With a muffled sound, the sword and the scarlet hand clashed into a deadlock. Shui Ruohua lapsed for a second, then gnashed her teeth, as she pushed the sword forward harder, while Han Sanshao waved and the palm split into countless stars, hammering. Shui Ruohua's body being so close didn't give her room to react. She was flung away and spat dark blood. Senior sister. Her group shouted while the Demon Soul Sect's side snickered. Han Sanshao mocked. Jade Sword Fairy, your sect is but a low-ranked one, while ours is a mid-level sect. We are better than you in every way, be it martial arts or cultivation method. You've seen it yourself. So walk away, knowing your limits, and not fight us over the herb. So what if you got dibs? In this world, power is everything. Everything belongs to the winner. Han Sanshao snorted up on the vantage point. The 4 scheming demons laughed inside and nodded. The dumb broad is toast, he. She asked for it, going against a demonic cultivator. Violent Demon laughed at her expense. Sly Demon giggled. That's not all. If the young leader from the Demon Soul Sect took her away to dual cultivate, that old foggy from Mystical Heaven Sect would choke on it. Hi hi hi. True, true. The rest bobbed their heads excitedly. Zhuo asked, do you mean to say Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are bitter enemies? Why do I get the feeling that you want Mystical Heaven Sect to suffer a worse fate? Nope, we can't stand either of them, but Mystical Heaven Sect is on the righteous path. As demonic cultivators, we want nothing more than to see them squirm. Ha ha ha, Violent Demon laughed. Zhuo shook his head. Be that as it may, such a course of action was born out of ignorance. Tallying everything up, one looked at the profits and not one's alignment. All to further one's self-interests. Yu Ming escaped the interests of his house to achieve what he was now, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang. If all of the Demon Scheming Sect was so narrow-minded, its future was hopeless. With a faint sound, Shui Ruohua leaned on her sword to stand, watching the herb with a killing gaze again. Shui Ruohua lifted her sword with gnashed teeth, facing Han Sanshao again. Han Sanshao frowned. You've lost, going further will mean death. Is that what you want? Humph, hand over the herb or take my life. Shui Ruohua's eyebrows shook, filled with unwillingness. The life of my young master depends on that herb. I must have it. Han Sanshao mocked. Oh, that retard? Ha ha ha, death suits him better. What's a born cripple like him still living for, taking up space? Shut up. I won't let anything happen to my dear brother. Shui Ruohua stomped as she thrust her sword. Her attack this time was far weaker, not even a tenth of the first. The wounds were taking their toll on her. Han Sanshao waved in mockery and unleashed a gale with a loud sound. Shui Ruohua flew and spat blood again. Her eyes were desperate and hopelessly in tears. Little brother, forgive me. I can't protect you. Pa. At this particular moment, her body stopped, feeling a strong arm holding her. But what came into sight was a foreign face. Wuyue, Shui Ruohua spoke weakly. Zhuo smiled. We don't know each other. It's just that Miss Character is very much like someone I know. Zhuo was reminded of Chu Qingqing and her desperate attempts to save Drifting Flowers edifices. He sighed. You're so much alike, I'm sure you'd be close friends. Shui Ruohua frowned, not understanding any of his words. Hi hi hi. Creepy laughter announced the arrival of 4 black trails of smoke. The 4 scheming demons were standing there while cackling. Ha ha ha, when 2 fight the 3rd wins. You guys continue, while the Demon Scheming Sect takes the 9th grade herb. Hee hee hee. The Demon Scheming Sect? Shui Ruohua was on guard around Zhuo, pushing away from him in a rush. Han Sanshao raised an eyebrow at the 4. Demon Scheming Sect? A herb was discovered, yet here are 3 great sects fighting over it. Things sure got interesting. Zhuo smiled and shook his head at the demons. You 4, repeat what you said. The spiritual herb is ours. Right, Steward Zhuo? Violent demon beamed. The resounding crack on his face was Zhuofan's answer, along with a serious tongue lashing. Of course, right, your rotten head. You've been around me for so long and you can't even tell that much about me? Is a 9th grade herb worth fighting for? Are you beggars? Ugh! Zhuofan's shout echoed around the gorge, and the demons looked down with crestfallen faces. While Mystical Heaven's Sect and Demon Soul Sect grimaced, who the heck is he? Are you calling us beggars? Is that it? Han Sanxiao's smile iced over. Since when did Demon Scheming Sect got so tough, so rich, that even a 6th layer of Profound Heaven disciple spits on a 9th grade herb? That would mean we, the mid-level Demon Soul Sect, should be currying favor with the Demon Scheming Sect. Moneybags, let's be friends. Han Sanxiao patronized, and the rest of the Demon Soul Sect party laughed. Where the hell did he crawl out of? He's putting up such an exaggerated show, no one'll believe him. 9th grade herb aside, the entirety of Western lands had no sect that outstanding, but the 4 scheming demons knew something they didn't as they saw the unfazed mocking smile on Zhuofan. Steward Zhuo, since you don't want it, what did we run over here for? Couldn't we just watch the live show? Violent Demon asked, holding his burning cheek. Zhuofan smiled as he pointed at Shui Ruohua. I came here for one reason, to save her. All stood speechless. Since when did the Demon Scheming Sect's people save Mystical Heaven Sects? Whenever the two sides met, there was bound to be an altercation. Shui Ruohua was just as stunned, but blushed at his hard gaze, her heart jumping around inside. What is he trying to pull? Chapter 517. Who leans on whom? Chapter 517. Who leans on whom? Clap. Han Sanxiao had a savage look as he watched Zhuofan with a light clap. Oh, a hero in shining armor. And here I thought some reject had jumped in. That being said, you must have good taste like mine to set your eyes on such a fine fairy for dual cultivation. Demon Soul Sect's side snickered. Shui Ruohua grew angry as she watched the two with her guard up and her heart stuck in her throat. They're both the worst. If worse comes to worst, I would rather kill myself than let them touch me. Those on Mystical Heaven Sect's side were all keyed up, their brows soaked in sweat. What rotten luck, meeting 2 demonic sects, and both are enamored by senior sister's looks. Her killer body is going to kill us all. Zhuofan eyed them coldly before stopping on Han Sanxiao with a smile. All I want is easy, save the girl and take the herb. If you have your head on straight, you'd scatter this instant before you regret it. Regret it? Ha ha ha, who will make me regret it, you? Just a 6th layer of Profound Heaven cultivator? Han Sanxiao had heard the joke of the century, laughing harder. Looking closer at Zhuofan's party, something clicked in him and he mocked. Are you Xie Wuyue's son? Being all cocky in the sect and now you've come out to die? Didn't your dad ever tell you to keep your head down? Mystical Heaven Sect's side was filled with doubt. Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader has a son? They were both Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, so how come they've never heard of him? Zhuofan chuckled. What gave you that idea? It's those 4 little freaks behind you. They're in the 6th layer of Radiant Stage, elders or executives of the sect. They'd never show such respect to just any disciple. Han Sanxiao put on a prideful look, having seen it all. Yet a Profound Heaven disciple like you berated and slapped them, and yet they showed no anger. It's clear as day that you're above them in the sect. The only possibility for a Profound Heaven disciple to piss on Radiant Stage experts is if you were sect leader's son. Han Sanxiao's analysis was so damn logical even Mystical Heaven Sect's side watched Zhuofan speechless. He must be Xie Wuyue's son after all. But why haven't we ever heard of him? Demon Scheming Sect sure knows how to work in secret. Zhuofan only smiled and sighed. It made so much sense that even Zhuofan would reach the same conclusion if the roles were reversed, with how Profound Heaven cultivators putting Radiant Stage experts in their place were scarcer than a hen's teeth. The only thing that fits here besides second-hand power was true personal strength, but that was way too outrageous. And yet that's how Zhuo had been operating and getting wins, leaning only on his own 2 hands, scratching his nose. Zhuo smiled. Judging by appearances, I see. But that's fine, as long as it gets the job done, and you won't butt in, I won't care. Zhuo walked over to the herb with a carefree look, as if everyone present was beneath him. He never considered anyone there a roadblock. Cruising over to fetch the herb, Shui Ruohua watched Zhuo swagger on like a hotshot, big shot and the like, and all she could react with was a dumb look. Zhuo's attitude was unlike the hostile demonic cultivators, while also filled with a greater calm than your average person. Han Sanxiao's eyes went cold and his mouth formed a sneer. It all makes sense now why Xia Wuyue's son wasn't known. He's not worth anything. A demonic cultivator, and yet not one demonic bone in his back makes him a garbage. Someone go out there and teach this nobody a lesson. Yes, sir. A tough guy with thick arms cupped his hands as his aura exploded with the power of a 9th layer profound heaven stage whoosh. The guy flashed in Zhuo's face and punched while ridiculing. Ha ha ha, dumb brat. This is what you get for looking at young master's possession and girl. Die. Hi hi hi, death begets all who mess with our steward Zhuo. With a creepy laughter, 4 smoke trails came from behind Zhuo. The big guy jerked, finding himself pulled by his limbs in 4 directions. Following the cackle, 4 bloody parts dyed the ground with blood and gore. Mystical Heaven Sect's brows shook, scared by a little blood and guts. Who the hell are they? It's too savage even for a demonic cultivator, yet these 4 have no qualms doing it. We get that you want to save your boss kid, but that guy was just a profound heaven cultivator. Isn't it just a little bit overkill for 4 radiant stage experts to tear him apart? This was 4 scheming demons' nature, not giving a hoot about the other side's level or numbers. We 4 have always worked together. What? Got a problem? Bring it if you have the guts. Han Sanxiao barked. Such valor from Demon Scheming Sect, killing someone from the Demon Soul Sect. You 4 are dead. Han Sanxiao shot for them. 4 scheming demons snickered, turning into smoke. 4 radiant stage experts in the 6th layer were about to fight one in the 7th layer, but 4 scheming demons' eerie moves and combined form had them on the advantage. Han Sanxiao sensed the strangeness of the enemy yet snickered. That form is just like my sect's shadow array. If you think you can beat me with just that, think again. 7th grade demonic treasure, soul spider net. Han Sanxiao flicked something gray at the 4 pygmies. It unveiled itself to their shock, and trapped all 4 of them tight. Not even as smoke could they get out, and the net kept tightening, sticking the 4 close to each other so hard they couldn't even breathe. Steward Zhuo, save us! This thing is wicked. The pygmies wailed their distress and begged as the pain mounted and the net shrank. Ha ha ha, Han Sanxiao mocked. Some 6th layer radiant stage experts you are, begging a profound heaven cultivator for help. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Laugh it up. Messing with us means messing with Steward Zhuo. And messing with Steward Zhuo will have your head rolling. Ha ha ha, violent demon cackled despite his plight. His bros copied him, knowing full well that Zhuo had their backs. And that was all they needed. The only way to get these 4 to truly beg for life with snot on their faces was if he lost as well. Zhuo was their thick leg, their tree, their rock. Han Sanxiao frowned. Contrary to his belief, the 4 pygmies weren't Zhuo's bodyguard. The norm would be to beg for life, be stubborn till death, or urge their young master to flee. Why then are these guys not one bit afraid, not for them or for the young master? They aren't worried at all. The muffled sound roused Han Sanxiao from his thoughts to see Zhuo wearing the same cocky look on his stroll for the herb. The hell? He doesn't care about the fight he just got out of, or that the 4 are trapped. Han Sanxiao's suspicions of Zhuo only grew and grew. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities. He's either an ignorant fool, blind to danger, or of such a stable mind, not even the crumbling world could faze. The latter makes him a tough adversary. Han Sanshao stood still as he saw Zhuo Fan take the herb with a smile, and then walk back to Shui Ruohua. It was the same casual gait, same poise, like the world wasn't even there. The mood grew odd, with the audience too tense to twitch. Only Zhuo Fan was walking calmly. Demon Soul Sect watched Han Sanshao with a questioning gaze. Young master, are you just going to ignore his blatant disregard of us? Han Sanshao never left Zhuo Fan out of his sight. Unable to come up with a way to deal with this situation, Zhuo Fan was just too freaky in his demeanor, throwing all his thinking into disarray, while Shui Ruohua had a dull look, bearing a faint smile, and her heart was a mess. Just what is this demonic cultivator up to? Chapter 518, She's Very Well. Chapter 518, She's Very Well. You want this herb? Dangling the herb in Shui Ruohua's face, Zhuo Fan smiled. With how hard you fought for it, you must have wanted it. Shui Ruohua stared at him, on high alert. What do you want? Clever, there's no free lunch in the world. You always have to pay something when you want something. Zhuo Fan roamed his eyes over her, truly alike. Eyes going red, Shui Ruohua faltered back. Her mouth was bloody, her cheeks pale, but her eyes still glared. Demonic cultivator scum, keep dreaming. Don't think you can just have your way with me. Mystical Heaven Sect stared at Zhuo Fan as well. Ha, even your temper is the same, just as stubborn. Zhuo Fan ignored everything and only smiled. Miss, I have no intention to dual cultivate with you, nor bear any ill will. I only have some questions. I hope you'll be honest in exchange for the herb. Shui Ruohua gave him a long look. Zhuo Fan's courteous manner was unlike any demonic cultivator she knew, earning some brownie points but also suspicion. Is he even a demonic cultivator? Zhuo Fan smiled. I'll take Miss Silence as agreement. Who said? Zhuo Fan's question cut her off. Pardon me, miss, but does your sect have someone called Chu Qingqing, hailing from Tianyu's Drifting Flowers edifices? Shui Ruohua nodded. Junior sister Qingqing is Master's new disciple, and she does come from Tianyu. Do you know her? Ha, so she really is in Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo Fan beamed. Then, how is she? Zhuo Fan's heart tensed at the question, hanging on Shui Ruohua's reply. He hid his impatience well, but not from a woman's intuition. Shui Ruohua was troubled. Nodding, Shui Ruohua said, Junior sister is Master's last disciple and is always taken care of. She is very well. Great! Zhuo Fan eased a breath, feeling a weight off his shoulders. If Chu Qingqing was having a bad time in Mystical Heaven Sect, he'd be feeling guilty. He finally calmed down, handing over the herb. Zhuo Fan smiled. Thank you. This is for you. Shui Ruohua couldn't believe her eyes. He was serious about wanting only answers in exchange for the 9th-grade herb, to say nothing about how common knowledge the information he asked was. He only wanted to know about her junior sister. Shui Ruohua asked, Who are you? What is your relation to junior sister Chu? That is not your concern, miss. You don't need to know about me, and you'd best keep silent about our talk around her as well. The deal is done, so take the herb and go. Zhuo Fan shooed her, his expression flat. What's with him changing tunes so fast? He was so polite a second ago, yet is so indifferent now. Just over some questions. Shui Ruohua was puzzled. Even as she got it right, Zhuo Fan got what he wanted and had shirked all pretenses. Han Sanshao laughed. What are you two whispering about over there? In the end, strength is all that matters. Who's going to stop me from getting what I want anyway? Shui Ruohua tensed up, her mood heavy. Right. They only got the herb because Han Sanshao never interfered. Now that he would, she could kiss the herb goodbye, but he'd have another thing coming if he thought she'd just hand it over. Everyone looked at each other in hesitation, sighing. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. One should know his limits and not jump all over the place without power. Zhuo Fan now walked towards Han Sanshao, same old prancing, causing Han Sanshao to turn solemn for some odd reason. He felt put off by a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Kid, you took the words right out of my mouth. Without strength, you'd better stop bouncing around. It's more apt in your case than theirs. Han Sanshao probed Zhuo mocked. You've got it all wrong. It's not for them but you. Cocky prick. Han Sanshao unleashed his soul power at Zhuo while shouting, What could a puny profound heaven cultivator possibly teach me? Zhuofan's mouth perked up into a smirk, releasing a soul attack bam. The air around the class shimmered, with Han Sanshao faltering 5 steps and looking at Zhuo like he was a monster. Zhuo never even budged from his place, bearing the same obnoxious attitude. There's no way a mere profound heaven cultivator's soul is stronger than a 7th-layer radiant stage expert like me. It makes no sense. Han Sanshao was dumbstruck, as were the rest. Who the hell is this kid? A profound heaven expert using his soul like a radiant stage expert was rare enough, but for him to even punch above his weight. Ignoring the weird looks he always seemed to get, Zhuo got to the trapped scheming demons and smiled. Soul spider net, made of a spiritual beast's soul to target souls. These shits were bound to be caught, ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, save us, please. The pygmies whined. Han Sanshao gnashed his teeth. That's a 7th-grade demonic treasure only I can control. Ha ha ha, arrogant, narcissistic and shameless to boot. Zhuo threw in there. Once you know it's made of souls to capture souls, removing it is easy even without knowing the signs. Zhuofan's fingertip released an azure flame. He flicked and the azure flame fell on the net with a beastly cry, wails and crackling of fire. The net snapped apart. The 4 scheming demons cackled at their newfound freedom. Hi, ignorant little gnat, told you so. No one can match our steward Zhuo. Violent demons skipped around. The other 3 joined the mockery. Han Sanshao was bug-eyed. His dear 7th-grade demonic treasure had snapped like a twig. Not that he had any clue about Azure Flame's soul supremacy. As his demonic treasure was made from a beast's soul, the flame had no trouble ruining it. Han Sanshao squinted, glaring at Zhuo. Damn brat, faking weakness. I underestimated you. But now I will show you my true power, what it means when they say that the world will always have someone better than you. Is that so? Zhuo patronized, lifting his right arm as it glowed in a ghastly red. I have no interest in fighting you, but you better remember this and never step out of line. Zhuo flicked his hand. A red light flashed in everyone's eyes, followed by a kaboom as the world shook. Rocks were flying, dust was picking up. Just like the end of days as the earth swayed under their feet, the audience had to focus to stay steady yet failed miserably, collapsing in tears. What the hell? It was the unanimous thought, scrambling all over the place for cover as the earth settled at long last and the dust cleared. The scene had their eyes pop out of their sockets, their frail hearts stuck in their throats. The tiny gorge they were in now sported a 1,000-meter-long scar, while the center was a black abyss and its edges, worlds apart. Han Sanshao, on one side of the abyss, felt weak in the knees, looking at Zhuo as if he was a monster. Where the hell did he come from? He's not human. He was lucky that Zhuo didn't attack, or he'd be insta-killed. Recalling his previous taunt, Han Sanshao was seething with regret. He realized Zhuo was talking about him when he spoke of not having strength. Yet he still challenged the guy, only to have a brush with death himself in the end. Zhuo said flatly, Yours truly is not Wuyue's son. I am cocky enough because I am strong enough. Cross this line and your head will roll. Han Sanshao cried inside, panicking. You dare kill to Demon Soul Sect's young leader, inviting a sect war. Han Sanshao wanted to use his sect to threaten Zhuo in a futile attempt to preserve a modicum of self-respect, but Zhuo wasn't buying it. Dead men can't snitch. With Zhuofan's trademark evil smile back on his face, he scared the living daylights out of Han Sanshao. His meaning was crystal clear. If I wanted to kill you, you'd all be dead. How would you snitch to your sect, when a flick from me will have you all pulverized, with Demon Soul Sect none the wiser? Han Sanshao was soaked with sweat, and he felt horror like no other. This is a demon among demons. Not showing off, just using simple words to plunge others into hell. Chapter 519. Entering Demon Scheming Sect. Chapter 519. Entering Demon Scheming Sect. Using the same light step and indifference, Zhuo flew away, with the 4 scheming demons cackling behind him. Shui Ruhua had a dull gaze watching him leave, her heart thumping. Who is he? One mystical heaven sect came over, still shaking from fear. Senior sister, he's terrifying. At least he had no ill will towards us, or we'd be goners. Yeah. Another disciple nodded. To think Demon Scheming Sect has such a horrifying disciple with power beyond his cultivation. We best return and meet with our fellow disciples to warn them. On the off chance that any of us meet that kid, the first thing to do is to run. The others echoed his sentiments. Shui Ruohua watched the skies, still out of sorts, oblivious to their talks. Who is he? What is he to junior sister? Senior sister! The cry woke her from her stupor to see a disciple panicking as he pointed at the Demon Soul Sect on the other side of the abyss. Han Sanshao is getting up. Shui Ruohua saw Han Sanshao leaning on another disciple. Watching her with malice, Shui Ruohua held the herb tight, her heart on guard for any movement, though Han Sanshao just got his feet under him. As he looked at the scar just ahead of him, it filled him with fear and he gave up, shouting, "Let's go!" Han Sanshao's team was soon gone. Mystical Heaven Sect breathed easier. Though they wondered, Han Sanshao has always been brutal in his ways, so how come he's just letting us have the herb? Is the world ending? Fool, isn't it obvious? That freak from Demon Scheming Sect just warned him not to cross the line. So of course he won't, not if he wants to keep his head. The others laughed, but the same guy frowned still. But didn't he just leave? What's there to fear? He might have left, but his deterrence remained. Shui Ruohua sighed. This is a clash of powerful men. You won't understand. Yet this man's simple words had Demon Scheming Sect's third young master shaking in fear about crossing the line. Demon Scheming Sect now has an unapproachable man. The disciples recalled the man's flick of the hand, unleashing a gulf between the parties, and their hearts sank. Will he become our enemy? Meanwhile, Zhuo and the pygmy quartet rushed for Demon Scheming Sect. Violent Demon went before him, saying, "Steward Zhuo, why did you save that lass? Did she catch your eye?" As if, I only wanted to know about Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo snorted. Violent Demon nodded. Then why did you let the prick from Demon Soul Sect go? It's not like Sir at all. Are you calling me a born homicidal maniac? Glaring at the 4, he continued. He belongs to a great sect. One needs to think of the consequences before crossing the point of no return. Scaring him was enough. While I threatened with obliteration to keep it quiet, no secret stays hidden forever. Unless forced to, I will never go down this road. The 4 nodded, with Violent Demon giggling. Steward Zhuo's manner has always been flawless, considering every aspect, ha ha ha. No wonder Sir caught sect leader's eye, wanting you so bad. Yep, his bros echoed, sucking up to the guy. Zhuo shook his head then frowned. I just heard him say something about the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sections. What's that all about? The 4 choked, then sighed as their glee made way for sadness. Zhuo was baffled. Violent Demon finally opened his mouth. Steward Zhuo, it's best if you never mention it, or you'll suffer so bad that not even sect leader could help. What? Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Violent Demon sighed. The Western lands have 10 sections. Leaving the apex Double Dragon Manor aside, the rest are split into the superior, the middle and the lower 3 sections. The greater the power of a sect, the more pull and resources it has. Demon Soul Sect belongs to the middle 3 sects, while Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are from the lower 3 sections. So each time our disciples meet them, we all feel lacking and get picked on. Yeah, and that time 60 years ago was the worst. In that fight, us 4 worked together and were even winning. only for Scrooge Demon to break formation for some demonic treasure, and we ended up losing instead. That's why Sect leader threw us in the Thunder Swarm Mountain for all these years. It could have even been a century. Sly Demon turned to Scrooge Demon. Scrooge Demon glared and barked, "Old Third, I thought we said we'd never bring this up. Why are you talking about it, to pick a fight?" Bam! Scrooge Demon sucker punched Sly Demon, who punched back, of course, and it all degenerated into a scuffle. Right there, in the air, Zhuo took it in stride as he asked, "Since Mystical Heaven Sect and us are in the lower 3 sects, weaker than them, what is Mystical Heaven Sect doing, still fighting over a herb?" He, Steward Zhuo, you don't know, but while we're not up to Demon Soul Sect's level, we are Tianyu's 3 Guardian Sects, all brothers. Heaven Trailing Sect from the middle 3 sects is our boss covering for us. So as long as nothing grave happens, the Demon Soul Sect wouldn't openly challenge us 2 sects either, or Heaven Trailing Sect will be bound to step in. As both are middle 3 sects, fighting each other would be the worst scenario. Violent Demon grinned. Zhuo exclaimed inside, he got it now. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect were Heaven Trailing Sect's little bros, with the big bro keeping another middle 3 sect from swallowing them. Everyone was one big happy family. When they went to mess with the Beast Taming Sect with the 3 Elder Souls, I bet all 3 of the sects participated. Or why the hell would the Baron Chuanrong hand over such a fertile stretch for Tuoba Taizhan and company? I reckon Beast Taming Sect felt the pressure of the 3 sects on it, and had no choice in the matter. The Chuanrong Emperor saw the Beast Taming Sect agreeing, so he added one more condition, to get Tuoba Taizhan back home as well. He had to get something out of this loss. Thus, the 3 sects nabbed that fertile stretch of land. Oh, no wonder in the days of young Sanzi's chaos around Tianyu, the Empire's 3 Guardian Sects passed the blame. They wanted nothing to do with it. As long as the borders held, they didn't give a flying hoot about Tianyu's politics that had Zhuo smiling. The sects extorted the Empire of resources, yet didn't even raise a helping hand. On the other hand, only their indifference led to the former emperor's plan to work. Zhuo sighed, following the 4 pygmies who were always fighting, ever quarreling. This was how the 5 flew to the Demon Scheming Sect. 2 weeks later, at dawn, 5 dots trailed the sky. Steward Zhuo, we're here. That's the entrance. Violent Demon pointed at some dark spot in the woods below. All Zhuo saw was trees and more trees, and some random beasts as well. It wasn't hard to understand why. Demon Scheming Sect was hiding behind a barrier. Whoosh. The 5 figures landed before the trees, with the pygmies making some signs with fluctuations of space, and the shouts of the 4, the space in front of them twisted. A mighty tall mountain appeared up ahead, with them at its foot. But this view rippled about like a pool of water. Zhuo knew it to be the entrance and waltzed right in. He was now in a whole new world, with thick spiritual energy, as much as 10 times thicker than outside, a secluded sect indeed, and the perfect place to cultivate. Zhuo gasped then, a voice with an attitude slammed into their ears. Who dares to breach Demon Scheming Sect entrance? Chapter 520, Assassin at the Gate. Chapter 520, Assassin at the Gate. Whoosh! Something trailed the sky like a cold star, shooting for Zhuo. He took a step back to look up. A blade brushed his nose, followed by a soft wrist quick to react. Zhuo grabbed the hand, only to hear a charming cry as the elegant owner revealed herself. It was an 18-year-old girl, with shining eyes, flawless eyebrows, and innocent looks. Though those mesmerizing eyes flashed with chilling murder intent, a demonic sect disciple indeed, so young and so psychotic. Squinting, the seasoned Zhuo saw through her on the spot, yet shook his head. Walking the secular world, he had seen Luo Yunchang's kindness, Ninger's innocence, Qingqing's righteousness, and Shuang'er's mercy. Now that he was back among his people, among demons, he found himself out of place seeing this girl. He recalled the first time he ever entered a demonic sect as well, the cruelty and blatant ruthlessness to everything mortal he came to borrow in his very nature. As if his sole purpose on this God's green earth was to wreck it. Demons were born and died in the heart. Having seen the wonders of the world, it had a negative effect on his demonic nature. Or more aptly put, it transformed, growing to a whole new level. Clueless as to how high, all he knew was that he had a steadier heart than even the past demonic emperor. Ha ha ha, newborn chick. You've just stepped into the demonic sect, and so you challenge an eagle. The young sure are filled with ambition. A shame you're far from being an eagle. Clang. Zhuo twisted her hand behind her, making her grimace. She swished her head back at him but never made a peep, only gnashing her teeth. Zhuo raised an eyebrow. She sure is obstinate. The girl then twisted her body, dislocating her shoulder with a crack. Her other hand sported a short blade and drove it towards Zhuo. Zhuo was shocked. This lass is the quintessence of the demonic path. She's just like me back in the day. A kind of empathy grew in Zhuo's heart. The girl had the same cultivation as him, but that was where the resemblance stopped. Zhuo's soul was tougher than a radiant stage expert. There was no way for her to catch him off guard, not while he used his soul to scan her every movement. Yet Zhuo didn't mind giving her a freebie. Snicked. The short blade plunged into Zhuo's chest. The girl lit up and beamed. You're happy over something like this? Getting overconfident over a fluke leaves one wide open for a sudden death. A mistake common in youngsters. The girl cried suddenly and found Zhuo smiling back with no anger in his voice. The girl was startled. He's strange. What's he smiling about despite me stabbing him? Did he do it on purpose? No way. No one's that stupid. One thing was certain though, the blade did nothing to him. So she pulled it out to try again, this time going for Zhuo's throat. Cease at once. The bark announced 4 trails of smoke, coming into the sect, then reforming in front of the girl. Watching Zhuo get stabbed by the girl, the 4 scheming demons were about to tear her into 4. Zhuo shouted, "You stop! Let her go!" Pa! The girl slammed the ground hard, watching the 4 angry faces in the smoke. With days, violent demon glared at her. Damn brat, you dare kill inside demon scheming sect? Who put you up to this? Who are you? Why did you open the demon scheming sect's barrier? The girl frowned, yet there was no fear in her features. Zhuo admired her. The girl has some backbone. The 4 gave a creepy laughter and violent demon mocked. Hi, missy, you sure are ignorant. We are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, having roamed the lands for years. Everyone knows us, everyone fears us. Well, I don't know. How could the demon scheming sect have someone like you? So shady, so shifty and so creepy, the girl snorted. The 4 scheming demons exploded in rage. Hey broad, want to see yourself without a mouth? To hell with it, that'll be too easy for her. Let's tear her into 4. No 8. No 16. No 100. The 4 scheming demons went back to arguing over the girl's execution method when a giggle came. Oh, the 4 executives. Why are you quarreling at the door? Do you want to have an elder throw you in that lightning prison again, forever? Ugh. The 4 became deathly quiet as they saw a lady in her 30s, seductive and spruced up like a cougar. The girl cried at her appearance. Senior sister, they're actually one of us? Didn't you say you don't know them? Ha ha ha, silly girl. These 4 are demon scheming sects, wildly renowned 4 scheming demons who once shook the world with their names. They only came back not long ago and became executive. You were still in seclusion at the time, training in demon-devouring saber. The lady interrupted with a giggle. The 4 scheming demons saw her buttering them up. They chuckled as well, sticking out their chins in immense pride. Zhuo, though, grinned for a different reason. The girl grumbled. Is demon scheming sect so empty to even have these weirdos become executives? Hey, I resent that. Think I won't tear you a new one? Violent demon snapped. Zhuo patted his shoulder. Miss is just blunt, so let it go. Since I am new, why don't you introduce me to these lovely ladies? The four scheming demons jerked and watched Zhuo with a quirky look. When did Steward Zhuo become so interested in women? Having no choice, they complied with a laugh. Never thought I'd hear Steward Zhuo say that. All right, Humayer, tend to great Steward Zhuo. Violent demons snickered at the lady. The girl had a hard glare for them as she reprimanded. Sect's rules forbids affairs. You four know this fully well. I'll be reporting you to the sect leader, so await your punishment. Hey, Missy, I find tearing your mouth off more and more appealing. Violent demon cracked his knuckles, only to have Zhuo stop him. Zhuo said flatly, Miss, I am a new disciple, and only wish to make some new friends. I have no other meaning. All the girl did was huff while Humayer was very friendly, taking Zhuofan's hand with tenderness and tracing her hand in his long white hair. A new disciple. It must have been so hard for you out there in the wild to have white hair at such a young age. You must be traumatized. I'm okay. Zhuo smiled. Humayer's hands roamed over him more and more in clear disregard. But now that you're here, I will take good care of you. You don't have to worry about anything. Thank you, senior sister. Zhuo smiled, his heart a rock. Violent demon giggled. Humayer, he is in your care, so you better not neglect him. I could never have the heart to forget such a cute junior brother. Patting Zhuofan's cheek, she giggled. But why are you calling him Steward Zhuo? Is that his name, Guanjia? Smiley face. With how Steward Zhuo is made up of 3 characters, as often Chinese names are, she took the title as part of his name, Zhuo Guanjia. No, I have only been a clan's steward before this. Zhuo smiled. My name is Zhuo. Humayer nodded. Zhuo, outstanding and amazing. What a good name. Smiley face, she used his name to make an idiom. Of course, Steward Zhuo is an almighty hero that sect leader has personally invited. He is, at the very least, an elite, a future sect leader. A good name is a given. Violent demon laughed with his head back, like he had picked the name, but Humayer blushed while her eyes glinted. As for the junior miss, she sat on the ground with an arm limp by her side, ignoring everything, even the next sect leader she just tried assassinating. If Zhuo were to be Wuyue's successor, her future was destined to be bleak. Chapter 521. The Labor Office. Chapter 521. The Labor Office. Humayer's eyes spun and she giggled while asking Violent Demon, executives don't tease. Inner disciples have to be in the radiant stage at the very least, to say nothing of elite disciples. While junior brother here. You're looking down on our Steward Zhuo? Violent Demon laughed. Steward Zhuo is so otherworldly that no common sense can describe him. The way I see it, even being an elite is a waste. He's better off working as executive from the start. No, that is beneath Steward Zhuo's talents. He should be an elder. Sly Demon sucked up. Wimp Demon threw in his 2 cents. Elder won't do either. A Venerable is more like it. What Venerable? Just make Wuyue retire, and have him become sect leader already. The 4 scheming demons got rowdier and more obnoxious, while Humayer's cheeks twitched, something seriously wrong with their heads. She had long since heard of their illustrious infamy. I won't get anything about the kid out of these weirdos. Then again, with how they suck up to the kid and treat him with such respect, he must have deep ties in the sect. Humayer eyed the ever-cool Zhuo, unfazed by the 4's outrageous display, like a well whose waters never ended. Miss, what might be your name? Zhuo turned to the girl. She only spared him a glance, then huffed. Ha ha ha. Humayer giggled. Junior brother Zhuo, she is Yue, an outer disciple with the same cultivation as you, in the 6th layer of profound heaven stage. She will be your senior sister. It's best if you get along. Ha ha ha. Yue. Zhuo raised an eyebrow, then picked up the discarded short blade. The curved weapon was 4th grade demonic treasure, bearing the name of the moon and wielding a full moon blade. How fitting. Yue just glared, yet she was caught by surprise as Zhuo traced her neck with her weapon, widening her eyes. Yue could not dodge because of the heavy wound she had. Wuyue was startled as well to learn that a new disciple would raise his hand at a fellow disciple. The 4 scheming demons snickered. They never tried stopping Steward Zhuo's actions, not like they could. Besides, it wasn't like sect leader would cry over the death of some nobody outer disciple. He wouldn't have invited Zhuo just to lash out at him, no? The glinting blade reflected Yue's panicked eyes. But her will never wavered, relentless even in the face of death. Whoosh! The blade stopped just shy of her skin. She still felt its sharp edge, being on the brink of death. Gulp. Yue looked around nervously at Zhuo, her very first time looking him in the eye. What was revealed was a twisted and insidious smile. Letting go of the blade, Zhuo laughed. Lass, your sneaky attack had me frightened. Now I've returned the favor and we're even, ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, she has hurt you and yet you're letting her go with just a scare? Violent Demon glanced at the blood on Zhuo's chest. Zhuo shook his hand. I just got here and seen your sister Yue and I only exchanged greetings. You better not go snitching to sect leader either. Forget this ever happened. Yes, sir. The 4 scheming demons shrugged and cupped their hands. Wuyue was even more startled. These 4 weren't just looking after the kid, but are his lackeys. Is he some Venerable's heir? Wuyue sized Zhuo harder. Junior brother Zhuo is mighty and grand, just like father. When did you see my old man? Zhuo snickered inside, knowing fully well that she was playing with him. So he gave a vague answer. Senior sister Mayor is too kind. But since you mention father, I remember him telling me that the sect has a disciple called who is thoughtful and kind. He must have meant you, senior sister Mayor. He always said having senior sister Mayor tending to me is the utmost bliss. Ugh. The 4 scheming demons looked at him oddly. When did he have a dad and why didn't we hear of him? And since he knows who Mayor, is he perhaps in the sect? Wuyue was stunned. He must have backing, but whose? While she wanted to dig further, Zhuo cut their meeting short with a bow. We should be going now to meet sect leader. Farewell. Here, senior sister Yue. Zhuo handed her the curved blade and Yue took it with a cold glare. Zhuo and the 4 pygmies left Wuyue alone with her doubts. Yue, go tend to your wounds. Senior sister has some matters to tend to. Wuyue was gone the next second. Yue nodded and sighed, putting on a hurtful look, like a kicked puppy. While Zhuo and the 4 mini-demons passed by many great buildings. Violent Demon asked puzzled, Steward Zhuo, you're just gonna let that girl go after hurting you? Or should we look for a chance to waste her? Ha ha ha, you'd better not. I just like the last character. Just like me back when I stepped on the demonic path, blunt like a birch stump. Zhuo snickered, as they say, the fool strikes while the wise talks. Yue might be the one who attacked, but I knew from a glance that she was oblivious to everything, ending up being used. It was the late arrival, Wuyue, who came to mediate and to loosen my tongue. If we'd not leave the matter at that, she'd have killed us all. Zhuo breathed in. 4 scheming demons. Did anyone else know about my coming to demon scheming sect? Why was someone after me the instant I got here? Well. The 4 scheming demons shook their heads and Violent Demon shrugged. That's normal. Demon scheming sect's competitiveness is ruthless. And since we're a demonic sect, it goes double for its disciple. You know it very well, how cruel our methods are, using others' souls and flesh to practice skills. Where are we supposed to get the raw material? Going after other sects will blow in our face and lead to war. Only by weeding out the weak and making them our furnace can the elite be born. Losing here means death. Right. We only succeeded to train in our unity tactic all because we used 999 disciples' souls. That's how we can turn to smoke. Sly Demon bobbed his head. No one knew better than Zhuo just how cruel and twisted the demonic path was. The loser went through hell while the winner had everything, standing above everyone. Wuyue must have leaked it on purpose to get the disciples' attention fixed on me. Wuyue just now was sizing his potential, whether to take him out or not. A tough backing didn't absolve one of attacks, it only made the enemy more cautious when he acted. While having no one behind him at all would make anyone attack him on the spot, to nip him in the bud. Zhuo snickered. You'll have another thing coming if some hatchlings on the demonic path can trick me. Once yours truly becomes an elite disciple, you'll all fall in line. Is that the disciple sect leader recruited? Deep in the forest of a cloudy weathered peak, a figure scoffed at the 5 of them, 6th layer of profound heaven stage, so average. Yet sect leader not only recruited him but even used a 9th grade pill? Wuyue sighed from behind him, with equal disdain. That fool is quite interesting. It was Yuan who stabbed him, yet he took the first step in putting the matter behind them. And from his tone, his father must be someone high up in the sect. Hi, he's just like a prodigal son, naive and innocent, unlike a demonic cultivator. Pulling strings to get in? Sect leader isn't that immoral. The man's eyes glinted, his smile cold, or maybe, he has a nice talent to catch sect leader's attention. Oh, what about his fight with Yuan? Second senior brother, he is weak as a bug. He did break Yuan's arm, but she stabbed his chest. His win is marginal. That means his strength is nothing special, typical of a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Second senior brother rubbed his chin. Let's wait for the sect leader's decision. Making him an inner disciple with the sect leader's personal instructions will mean he has outstanding talent, and he is a threat to us. If he's put with the outer disciples, he must have plenty of connections. Sect leader and the Venerable must have reached a secret agreement. Wuyue broke into an enchanting smile, her eyes taunting. The little guy looked so pure, dumber than even Yuan. Sect leader has no time for his kind. The latter has a much higher probability. My thoughts exactly. Second senior brother had a wide grin, laughing along with Wuyue. The 5 finally arrived at the sect's grand hall, where sect leader along with venerables and elders were present. Violent demon eyed the closed doors with a smile. He didn't get to report their arrival when the doors opened to reveal a middle-aged man with a pencil mustache. The 4 scheming demons bowed. Elder Yao. N. He nodded and turned to Zhuo. Are you the new disciple, Zhuo? I am. Zhuo gave a respectful reply. By the order of the sect leader, Zhuo is to enter the labor office. He will be a laborer disciple. Take him away. Elder Yao left them speechless. Chapter 522. High Venerable. Chapter 522. High Venerable. La beau rare? Zhuofan's eyes twitched as all 5 shouted the word with dull and incredulous faces. Tianyu's finest steward, the demonic emperor, head of the 8 emperors in sacred domain, came to your sect to be a laborer? Wuyue, get the hell out. I promise not to kill you much. You wasted a 9th grade pill just to get a slave? Zhuofan's face twisted into a grimace. Violent demon panicked. Elder Yao, that can't be right. Steward Zhuo is versed in letters and martial arts. How can a rare genius end up as a laborer? No mistake, these are the sect leader's orders. Now take him to his post, his work begins tomorrow. Elder Yao eyed them coldly, then slammed the doors, almost catching Violent Demon in between. Shrugging helplessly, the 4 pygmies sighed. Zhuo held his head, unable to come to terms with his new reality. Just what the hell is Wuyue up to? Planning so hard to get him, only to work his ass doing housework. Are you that short on staff that you'll throw a 9th grade pill as incentive? While in the forest, second senior brother and Wuyue were just as speechless. Second senior brother, no matter how average he may be, he is still in the profound heaven stage. He's good enough to become an outer disciple, so why punish him by throwing him in the labor office? He just got here and hasn't stepped on anyone's toes. Wuyue was puzzled. Second senior brother frowned, then his eyes lit up. Maybe. Do you know something? Wuyue asked. Senior brother mocked. It's just like junior sister said. He pulled strings to get here. As you very well know, for any disciple to join, he needs two people's vetting, sect leader and High Venerable. With High Venerable's upright and fair nature, he follows the sect's rules to the letter. Especially in the case of prodigal sons using their dads to squeeze their way in. He hates their guts, and ever since the defeat at the last Double Dragon gathering, his mood has been even worse. There's a high chance sect leader and that Venerable's deal got found out. So they reached a new agreement. The kid can enter, but not as an elite and cannot participate in the Double Dragon gathering. No labor is good for anything and they'd be soon taken out just after entering the sect. They're useless. That takes care of him then. Wuyue giggled at the other's misfortune. Second senior brother shook his head. I don't think so. If he'd come here just to die, there's no way the one behind him would have agreed. I reckon it was all to give him time to grow in power and become an elder or venerable the sect needs, and he'll get all the resources he wants. While anyone from the labor office can't become an elite disciple, there's nothing to say being an elder or venerable isn't possible. For this reason High Venerable butted in, to stop wastrels from dragging back the elites and to avoid a single dominant clan to form inside the sect. Wuyue nodded in understanding, then batted her big charming eyes. Should we keep an eye on him for longer? What for? Ha ha ha, since his chance to become elite is shot and he can't join the Double Dragon gathering, he's no threat to us. Just let him be, waiting in the labor office for the time his backer makes him an elder. Second senior brother left in joy having one roadblock cleared. Wuyue gave Zhuo one last look, but sneered before following the second senior brother. They had no interest in some wastrel whose only redeeming quality was some backer. They only had disdain for him. If it weren't for this, they might have risen to be in the middle three sects in the last Double Dragon gathering. Outside the hall, Zhuo and the pygmies sat on the stairs, like an adult reprimanding four naughty children while enjoying some fresh air. Zhuo entered a thinker pose. The four demons copied him. Four scheming demons, give it to me straight. What's a laborer in the sect? Not high probably. Zhuo raised an eyebrow, gnashing his teeth. Violent demon began. Labor office is the sect jail for unredeemable criminals. Once you go in, you'll never get out. No matter what trouble we used to make, the most was that we got sent to Thunderswarm Mountain. It is a disciple's grave. The disciples who failed the entrance test end up here, getting no resources and wasting their lives away until they die of old age. Someone yearning for power always appears now and then, and through grueling dedication to cultivate, they would become elders upon reaching radiant stage as a reward for their willpower. With Steward Zhuo joining them, you'd have no trouble becoming an elder on account of your talents. Wimp Demon consoled. He only earned a cuff from Violent Demon. You moron, Steward Zhuo is to be a sect leader, not some executive like us. That's a waste of talent. The other three didn't join the fight and actually nodded. For the first time ever, Wimp Demon had no resentment, giving Zhuo looks of pity to him. Zhuo was a true cultivator of the demonic way. It was then that the faint crack in the open doors of the hall shut tight. The insides were lavish and opulent, with braziers raging bright light over the wealth in two neat rows. In the center sat the imposing Wuyue on an exquisite jade throne. Looking down on the hall, Elder Yao came in with a bow. Sect leader, I have sent the kid to the labor office as you ordered. Good. You may leave. Yes, sir. Elder Yao bowed as he walked backward. As the hall became empty, Wuyue turned to the seat next to him, who had a just as grand person seated on it. High Venerable, are you satisfied? Such a talent thrown into labor. Humph, now all our hopes to win in the next Double Dragon gathering are crushed. Sect leader cares much about him, but I find it hard to second that emotion and would rather watch him from the shadows. Just what kind of junior could get Sir Sect leader to use even a 9th grade pill to draw him into the sect? With a hum, the large seat sported a figure in grey clothes. Wuyue sighed. Those wastrels must have given you quite the scare, High Venerable, for you to go against even my candidate for Double Dragon Gathering. But you are wrong, I am just like you, aspiring for the Double Dragon Gathering, and would let no one stop me in achieving it. I want to become the greatest sect leader the demon scheming sect has ever seen. As his eyes flashed, Wuyue's mighty aura exploded. High Venerable nodded. Wuyue, you've been to the last Double Dragon Gathering and know of our humiliating defeat. I've never doubted your conviction to win, but to let a kid not even in the Radiant stage become an elite disciple is something I can't do. Ha ha ha, it's fine. The kid is no mere shining gemstone, and you'll see it in time. He has every right to be the pillar holding us all in the Double Dragon Gathering. Laughing, Wuyue walked away from his throne. High Venerable watched him go with a mutter. No one has ever garnered such praise from Wuyue. Is the kid that amazing? Impermanence 5, what do you think? 5 elderly figures appeared around High Venerable when the kid used the sending jade to request for help. Wuyue wanted to send someone else, but I vouched for you. Also, I could have you check him out if he's worthy to be an elite. Well? High Venerable asked Elder. She replied, High Venerable, we did lend Luo clan our aid, and even with the short time around the kid we did manage to pick up on his sharp mind and wisdom, just like our sect leader. He has a vaulting ambition, and is the sole decisive figure. He is manipulative to an extent even the sect leader can't be. Oh, so he's a tough one. High Venerable nodded. Here I thought he was soft and can't hold his own. That makes Wuyue's evaluation trustworthy. When we captured beast-taming sect's elders, one of them had no body. After a summary questioning, we found out that his vessel got destroyed by that kid. Elder, she continued. High Venerable cried out, What? Is he not a profound heaven cultivator? How did he destroy an ethereal stage expert's body? Ha ha ha, those 3 experts were so dumb that they fell for his every trick. But for a kid to have 3 experts dance in his palm, with one getting heavily injured, now that's talent. Elder, she smiled. High Venerable pondered. Elder, she resumed. Does Sir remember those 4 scheming demons, the twerps? Those mavericks had no control, no amount of punishment worked on them, always doing what the heck they wanted. Thus sect leader has no choice but to throw them in Thunder Swarm Mountain. Yet now they've shown up with smoother edges, especially around Zhuo. The thought of going against his orders never crossed their minds, and they even stood up for him. Elder Yen noticed that the kid has the charm of a ruler, drawing people towards him. He may be the person Sir has been searching for. Shuddering, High Venerable eyed the 5 as they nodded. His eyes glinted. Perhaps I ought to test the kid, ha ha ha. Chapter 523, Old Yuan. Chapter 523, Old Yuan. Evening, a time when the crimson sun bids goodbye to the 5 lonely figures shuffling down the path. Zhuo walked at a snail's pace on the weeded path, as if he was going on a road of no return, dragging it out as excruciatingly long as possible, yet it only delayed the inevitably cruel fate destiny had for him. Steward Zhuo, here is the labor office. Violent Demon lifted a weary finger at the shoddy and small building. Zhuo was stunned at the sight. It was worthy of its name, a dump just like his house in the slums of Drifting Flowers City. The only saving grace in that case was that his stay was temporary. While now, he had no frickin' clue how to leave this shithole. Wuyue, you haven't seen the last of me. You think it's funny, using a 9th grade pill just to get me thrown in this thing? Zhuo spat. The 4 scheming demons shrugged. Violent Demon shouted, Whoever is in there, get out now. I'm coming, a panicky voice replied. followed by an old man in ragged clothes and white beard running over. He bowed and flattered Violent Demon. Ha ha ha, elders, what can I do for you? Zhuofan's gang looked with disdain at the fifth-layer bone-tempering elder, so old yet only in the bone-tempering stage. Such a poor talent this secular world has. That's why he's here, and this is where he'll meet his end. The five shook their heads. The old man ignored their blatant disdain and wore a wide smile. Hey, old-timer, where are the rest of you? Don't tell me you're the only one here. Violent Demon finally found a chance to be high and mighty. Though the high part was questionable, the mighty part more than made up for it. The old guy bowed, giving a humble reply. Elder, they're all out working. Watering the herb garden, sweeping and cleaning. Are you the one in charge here? Violent Demon continued. The old man beamed a yellow smile. I am Yuan Xinggang, the one taking care of this place, and already 100 years old. A bone-tempering cultivator got to 100 in this place? Zhuofan eyed the old-timer. The four pygmies said the labor office was the Sect's dump used as consumables in others' training. The old-timer must have had some luck to reach 100 in this hellhole. The old man noticed his doubt and spoke softly. Young master, surviving the labor office is a bit tricky. Either work hard to be an elder, or lay lower like a pygmy. He, that's me, Tiny. To be taken away for practice, one must first have some value. I've suppressed my cultivation and look utterly worthless to everyone, thus reaching old age. I must admit I am the oldest one here, so I ended up looking after the place. Like the old adage, the tallest tree gets the wind. So this guy kept himself too plain, the king of nobodies. Zhuofan sighed. If it were me, knowing I'd one day end up under someone's knife, I'd just fight my way out. Why wait here for death? Young master, that is such a simple way of thinking. The disciples in the labor office all have low cultivation and don't know how to open the barrier. How can we get out? The old man sighed. The world is cruel, and everyone is its fodder. A man's fate has always been to struggle against death since birth. And the only thing that can change this is one's skill. By escaping the depths of misery, one would finally attain strength. Zhuofan eyed the old-timer in surprise. To think an old bone-tempering cultivator would have such a deep insight into the world's nature. The old man returned to his servile manner with a smile. Elders, where are my manners? How may I address you? We will be here together after all. He, old-timer, perk your ears. We are the graceful and magnificent demonic cultivator hero quartet of the demon scheming sect, the four scheming demons. Violent Demon grinned, his nose way up high. The old man cried, Ah, executives, forgive my lack of manners. May I ask what sirs are doing here? Who's the blind fool that forgot to sweep? That's not it. We don't even know our home's cleaner, he. Violent Demon waved and his brothers laughed, pointing at Zhuofan. We came here because Steward Zhuo has irked the sect leader for some odd reason, getting demoted to the labor office. It's fine though, since this'll be just a short stop. Take good care of him or you'll be liable. Elders, I'd never neglect young Master Zhuo. Moreover, then he glanced at Zhuofan. With his profound heaven cultivation, there's nothing I can do to him. Only, labor office does have some unruly young masters. What unruly? Just use our title. Violent Demon snorted and barked, causing the old man to shy away. Zhuofan figured out more as he said, Is your title that well known to quell anyone? In this dump, everything will rest on me in the end. The four exchanged a glance and laughed. Steward Zhuo is right. With your skills, you don't need our care. Then, sir, have a nice stay while we'll be making inquiries as to how this happened in the first place. We will get you out. Violent Demon nodded. His gaze firm. The other three echoed him. The old man watched it all with a glint in his eyes. After many demons repeated warnings to the old guy, they cupped their hands at Zhuofan and flew away. Zhuofan chuckled. He never thought the day would come when these four shits would look after him. Mr. Zhuo has such nice friends. I've seen my fair share of strong people coming to labor office, but never before like Mr. Zhuo, with so many executives looking after him." The old man spoke simply. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Just Zhuo Fan. I will be calling Sir, Elder Yuan." "That won't do. I can't accept it." The old man waved his hands around. "I'm but a bone-tempering cultivator, a whole stage beneath Sir." "Ha ha ha, what's that got to do with anything? When I respect someone, they have something of worth. Sir's cultivation is low, but your insight into the world can't be compared. All that's left is for your talent to increase, and sky is the limit." Zhuo Fan beamed as his hand now held a vial. "This is my clan's heaven-reaching pill. It enhances the body and makes cultivation easier. Let us expound on the heavenly Tao together." Startled, the old man received the vial. The soothing aroma coming from it had him flabbergasted. "TT 10th grade pill? Elder Yuan is truly wise. At the bone-tempering stage, yet aware of such a pill." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, gulping and struggling to regain calm. Yuan Xinggang gave a dry laugh. "In my days as a laborer, I helped an alchemist around and had the fortune to witness a 10th grade pill. I never imagined I'd be seeing one again. Mr. Zhuo, this is our first time meeting, yet I feel ashamed accepting such a lavish gift." "Ha ha ha, it's fine. There's plenty of it where that came from." Zhuo Fan shrugged. That had Elder Yuan stumble, looking back at Zhuo Fan with a freaky gaze. Mr. Zhuo, where did you say you were again? If you have 10th grade pills, why would you come to Demon Scheming Sect?" "Can't help it when you're obligated." Zhuo Fan shook his head, then looked at the crumbling building. "Elder Yuan, where will I be staying?" Yuan Xinggang turned from him to the pill, having mixed feelings. "Holy moly, a big shot has come to town. What a godly return, using a 10th grade pill to pay back for a 9th grade pill. In a field of flowers, people with white robes and the mystical words sewn on their shoulders in gold landed rustle. They all made a sign, and the flower field shimmered, turning into a lofty landscape of towering mountains. One pale woman, with blood on her lips, stepped forward in silence. Her arrival had people shouting, "Someone help, senior sister Shui is hurt." Chapter 524. An Ice Princess Smile. Chapter 524. An Ice Princess Smile. Ripples came from a deep cave in the mountain, from the 4 elegant women holding their hands in a circle and releasing prismatic lights. Next to them stood a grizzled old man with a long beard and a fine young man with soft features, in his 20s. But his waning face betrayed his fragile health. He coughed on and off. His eyes filled with worry. "Elder Su, wasn't Senior Sister Ruahua's condition light? Why isn't it improving? Should we notify Father and the Venerables?" The young man sighed. Elder Su smiled. "Young Master, these 4 are executing the 4 elements cycle array, holding metal, wood, water and fire. And by connecting with the earth, the cycle is complete. Under the effect of this great cycle, Ruahua's condition will improve in no time at all. There's no need to bother sect leader and the others over such a trifle." The young man nodded, but was worried still. After another ripple, the 4 women took back their power, and the prismatic glow faded. They opened their eyes and stood up. Shui Ruohua bowed to the other 3 in gratitude. "Thank you, junior sisters, for saving me." "Senior sister, it's nothing." The others returned her gesture. The young man walked over impatiently and grew excited at Shui Ruohua's healthy state. Cough. "Senior sister Ruohua, are you all right?" "Ha ha ha, of course, silly brother." Shui Ruohua ruffled his hair, and the boys smiled. They had grown up together and were practically kin. Despite the difference in status, he still treated her like family. Just then, an icy tone echoed, "Senior sister, since you're all right, I'll return to my training." The woman in white caught their attention, possessing a blinding beauty but an icy character. No other than Chu Qingqing. The young man stared at Chu Qingqing's delicate face, then shied away. When he finally mustered his courage, he said, "Junior sister Qingqing, Isn't it dull having cultivated day in day out since the moment you came to Mystical Heaven Sect? You've finally taken a walk outside, yet you want to return already? Young Master Xiaoyu, practice makes perfect and cultivation requires dedication. The only reason I'm in Mystical Heaven Sect is to cultivate. If not for Senior Sister Ruohua's wounds needing the 4 elements cycle array, I would never have walked outside. Chu Qingqing's icy tone came. The others shook their heads. Junior Sister Qingqing has always been a frozen blade, cold inside and out. The young man sighed. I've seen beauties all my life, yet the only one to have touched my heart is this ice princess. Besides being so uninterested in others, she also keeps everyone at a distance. Xian Xiaoyu had a bitter smile. His wan face turning whiter. Shui Ruohua knew his thinking fully well and shook her head. Not just anyone can thaw the frozen heart of an ice princess. Junior Sister Chu, please wait. Shui Ruohua called out to her before she left. Chu Qingqing turned around in puzzlement. Shui Ruohua said, as I was in danger while getting the herb, I met someone. He seemed to have a connection with you, so I hope Junior Sister can attest. With me? Frowning, Chu Qingqing looked even more skeptical. Didn't Third Young Master Han hurt you? What does he have to do with me? Elder Su was also curious. Ruohua, the disciples said Demon Soul Sect's Third Young Master Han hurt you. Qingqing, and they have no relationship, so why would you ask this? Elder, allow me to explain. Third Young Master Han did hurt me, but Shui Ruohua gave Chu Qingqing a long look. The one to save me was from the demon scheming sect. A what? They all looked at her in shocked silence. Xian Xiaoyu even more so. There's nothing but open hostility between our sections. Why would they ever go on demon scheming sect's bad side for us? He didn't save Mystical Heaven Sect, just that it had something to do with Qingqing. Shui Ruohua had a bitter smile. It left them even more confused about Chu Qingqing's relationship with Demon Scheming Sect. Chu Qingqing was just as confused. Elder Su's beard shook, and he stared at Shui Ruohua in all seriousness. Ruohua, explain just what is going on. It's like this. Shui Ruohua got her thoughts together and said, we discovered a 9th grade herb in a valley, the tricolor soul-fixing grass. That's great. Did you get it? Elder Su jumped in. Shui Ruohua rolled her eyes and revealed the herb in a flash of white. Of course. I'd go through hell if it means I can heal Brother Xiaoyu. Sister Ruohua, thank you. Cough. Xian Xiaoyu had a coughing fit as he thanked her. Elder Su was overjoyed. Go on, ha ha ha. We couldn't get a hold of it actually because Demon Soul Sect came for it as well. Shui Ruohua explained. Demon Soul Sect's Third Young Master Han was strong, and I ended up badly hurt after one move. Third Young Master Han is despicable to not even spare women. The next time we sisters meet him, we'll give him a lesson in manners with the 4 elements cycle array. One pretty lady in red robes snorted. Shui Ruohua glanced over, but smiled and wiggled her cute button nose. Third Young Master Han isn't just anybody. Don't underestimate him. But even a young master from the middle 3 sects had met his nemesis this time. All turned quiet, even the fiery lady, hanging on Shui Ruohua's every word. When I was on the brink of death, a man showed up. He merely flicked his hand and scarred the land in 2 halves, forcing Third Young Master Han to never overstep that line. Even as the man left, Third Young Master Han never crossed it. Shui Ruohua's heart thrummed as well, recalling that scene. He is the one who gave me the herb, a man from Demon Scheming Sect. SSS. Everyone gasped and looked shocked. Why would Demon Scheming Sect help them without rhyme or reason? The lady in red blinked her big pretty eyes, her smile naughty. Senior Sister Ruohua, did he fancy you and wanted some dual cultivation? You mustn't fall for it. Demonic cultivators are vile and insidious. Shui Ruohua winced, then shook her head, even as she felt let down for some reason. He gave me the herb with one condition. His target wasn't me, but... Ruohua looked at Chu Qingqing. He asked 2 questions about junior sister Chu Qingqing, then gave me the herb. Which 2? Chu Qingqing asked eagerly. If you're in Mystical Heaven's sect, and if you're doing well. Ruohua replied. Chu Qingqing asked again, even more eager, what's his name? I don't know, he asked me to forget all about it. But those 4 radiant stage pygmies called him Steward Zhuo. It's really him. Chu Qingqing shook with pure joy. Her icy features melted into a beautiful smile. He misses me. 2 trails of tears accompanied her bright smile. Everyone was stumped, having never seen her smile, and finding it a work of art. They also never expected her beauty to be so radiant. An unsmiling Chu Qingqing was already a worldly beauty, yet now she was divine. Just who is he, to make junior sister Qingqing so overjoyed just from hearing his name? Balling his fist, Xian Xiaoyu's eyes glinted with envy. Ruohua shook her head, but Zhuofan's courteous manner made her smile. He is a demon who is able to worm his way into your heart. Chapter 525, Asura Circle. Chapter 525, Asura Circle. The moon hung high above the black eerie sky in complete silence. Zhuofan sat in a shoddy house, eyes closed and an azure flame flashing on his forehead. He had little clue about how to use Kuanping's gift initially, but the sacred beast had pointed out that it was second to none when it came to soul refining. With the flame nurturing his soul, it grew clearer and stronger, faster than ever. But a frown set in on Zhuofan's face due to the cawing outside, and the azure flame faded out. Zhuofan, wake up! We have to gather, an aged voice echoed with anxiousness, followed by Elder Yuan opening his door and pulling Zhuofan outside. Zhuofan inquired, Elder Yuan, why all the rush? Oh right, you've just arrived. 2 sirs have called for all the laborers. We've got to move fast or our lives are forfeit. Elder Yuan's eyes swam with panic. Zhuofan was even more baffled, too. Wasn't the labor office under your administration? I only have an honorary position. Whenever there's someone stronger around, he's the one in charge. Look at my cultivation, can I just call myself king? Elder Yuan pulled Zhuofan faster. This place must have some lurking snakes too. Though Zhuofan didn't care much, since even if the dragon had a tough time quelling the snake, he was the soaring demonic dragon piercing the sky. Oh, no matter the snake, I'll waste him the second he looks at me funny. Humph. The dragon and snake is an idiom referring to not even law can tie a mafia boss down. Zhuofan let himself be pulled. They arrived at the labor office's deepest part, a man-sized black hole carved into a mountain. People were coming from all over, like them, and entering the cave. Elder Yuan cried out, sigh, so few left outside. That means we're late and everyone's inside. So? Since there's still more people coming over, we're not the last ones. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan shook his head. You can be late, but I can't. And pulled harder on Zhuofan towards the cave. Torches graced the cave with light from each side as people followed the tunnel deeper, to an even brighter area. It was a large open space dug up in the mountain, tens of miles in range. Tens of thousands of people were already there, watching the 2 people on the dais. One was a girl with a scorpion drawn on half her face in purple and black. Her vile eyes and powerful vibe put her in the 3rd layer of radiant stage. The other was a tall and sturdy man with a stubble on his face, wearing black and had a cold smile. His aura had Zhuofan take him for a 4th layer of radiant stage, so even the labor office is a den of monsters. Zhuofan said. Elder Yuan pulled his sleeve, whispering, they were all inner disciples casted out to the labor office due to a serious offense. Their lives are over, making their mood even worse. Don't taunt them, even if you have 4 executives behind you. They have an elder's protection, so don't get carried away and end up dead. Elder Yuan, what are you still doing down there? What are you muttering? The boorish voice got everyone to look at the savage face of the man on the dais. Elder Yuan shirked, then gave Zhuofan one last look before going up with a nice smile. Sirs, forgive my tardiness. Humph, geezer, the only reason you get to keep your stinking rotten life is because you're too damn useless even as a training target. You just keep getting slower. The man glared. Elder Yuan nodded with the same smile. Thank you so much for your mercy, Sir Kuei Lang, ha ha ha. Take out the roster already. I want to see the numbers. Kuei Lang cursed, wretched filthy sack of bones. Using you as an ingredient will ruin my cultivation. Yeah, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan put on a lowly face. Presenting the roster, Kuei Lang went through a roll call. Li Ergu Hua Taishu. Kuei Lang's booming voice rang in everyone's ears, showing off his power. The men being called raised their hands, while the hesitating ones earned a harsh rebuttal. Wrapping up with the names, Kuei Lang's attitude never changed, until he got to the last name. We have a newcomer? Zhuo Fan. Here. Zhuo Fan raised his hand. Kuei Lang eyed him and snickered. He, as a newcomer, he must be taught the rules. Young Master Kuei, please show mercy. Elder Yuan panicked and pleaded. Young Master Kuei, for executives brought him with explicit warning to not be touched. Harming him will forfeit my life. Kuei Lang balled his fists, ignoring him. What about executives? I've got an elder. Here, we all must follow the rules. Young Master Kuei, those executives care very much about him, even going to the sect leader to petition for his sake. Would the young master's elder do the same? Elder Yuan's eyes darted everywhere as he pointed out. Kuei Lang paused and thought all the people here were sect rejects, with even their own masters seeing them as hopeless. They couldn't care less about leaving their lives to fate. The only upside to all this was paying their master a visit for some crumbs. As for getting the master to stick his neck out, it was a total no-no, with the executives behind Zhuo Fan going to such lengths for him, even risking going against sect leader's command. Roughing him up would end with the culprit getting thrashed, or worse, he didn't feel like getting the executives on his case. Kuei Lang, since the kid is so important, it's best to tone it down for now. The girl reminded him. Kuei Lang nodded and relaxed his fists. The risks outweigh the gains. Kuei Lang turned solemn. I've called you all here for one reason. Today, the Asura Circle begins anew, and only the winner may leave this place. What? The crowd went wild. Is this a joke? Asura Circle is once every 3 years. Why is it being held again after only 6 months? Kuei Lang snorted. Regardless of the time, the result doesn't change. Only the strongest can live. The losers will become the sect's resource for training. In this very cave, the first bell starts the fight while the second stops it. Is that clear? The crowd panicked, caught totally unprepared. They figured the gathering was for something they had planned, like some elder's birthday. But nobody expected it to be the Asura Circle. Did the inner disciples run out of target practice already? Elder Yuan was worried for Zhuo Fan and pleaded, Young Master Kuei, Zhuo Fan has just arrived and does not know the cruelty of Asura Circle. Could he not participate? Rules are rules. I won't target him on account of those executives, but the rules state all laborers must participate, or I'll have to answer for it. Kuei Lang snorted. The girl-eyed Zhuo Fan. Old Yuan, he's a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. He'll live, so don't worry. Kuei Lang nodded. They're letting him in not because they don't care about the executives, but because Zhuo Fan will be fine. Elder Yuan nodded as well with a sigh. Twisted-faced Rakshasa Yu Ling, Black Yama. Kuei Lang, that's F*** king bullshit. A man from the crowd pointed at the two on the dais and swore, I know the sect has no demand for target practices. With the outer sect promotion test coming up, you want your little sister to have all the materials to train. I'm reporting you to the sect. The man in the 2nd layer of profound heaven stage flew for the exit. Kuei Lang snorted and a black wind shot for the man. He cried out in pain as he spat blood and slumped on the ground from the dizziness. The rest trembled in fear. Zhuo Fan squinted. Soul attack, but a brutal one at that. It must be related to his cultivation method, something insidious that has twisted his soul to such a degree. Zhuo turned and watched everyone around him. With so many prime materials around, no wonder not like it's any of my business. Zhuo's eyes took on a sagely light as he shook his head. Inside a sound then came, that of a bell as Kuei Lang struck the copper bell next to him. Let the Asura circle begin. Deserters will be killed. Chapter 526 True Demon. Chapter 526 True Demon. A deathly silence ensued. Everyone put up their guards, with eyes darting everywhere for any incoming blow. As the stalemate continued, the pressure only mounted, visible from the sweat pouring out of them. Bam! It was an eighth layer of bone-tempering cultivator who gave the start, flying all of a sudden and landing dead. The others jerked and saw Kuei Lang letting his hand down. If you don't fight, I will do it for you until I reach the quota. As for who the poor devils are, time will tell. Kuei Lang's eyes glinted. Gulp. The crowd tensed harder, their eyes turning crazy. Ah! Someone took out a demonic treasure and hacked around him while the rest unleashed their power and picked their closest neighbor whales. Shouts and cries set the stage for the blood spurting everywhere, dyeing the lit cavern, and eerie red corpses littered the ground as they fell, yet their eyes did not have the panic or shock one would assume, but only fear mixed with madness. Zhuo took it all in with a critical eye. It is madness born out of dread and horror. What started as a fight for survival has devolved into this fanatic killing into oblivion, forgetting even their goal. In a slaughterhouse like this, their inner demons took control while they only played along as puppets on a string to kill and kill with empty minds consumed by a sick thrill. This was the Asura Circle, a place where one became demons and stopped being human. Whoosh! 1/3 layer of profound heaven expert lost his mind in the madness and targeted Zhuo. Despite the obvious 3-layer gap, Zhuo was tranquil while standing there, breaking his bones and tendons with practiced ease, but not even that agony could wipe the manic grin on the corpse's face. Zhuo shook his head, his mind lacking sadness or joy, only having serenity. He just stood there among the fanatic killings, unmarred and untouched by its corrupting influence, only making a move when an overzealous killer went for him, as if he was the eye of the storm. Despite the frantic winds lashing at his clothes, his steel will never wavered. At the same time, he was glaringly obvious in the circle. What's with him? Kuei Lang frowned, pointing Zhuo out. Such a bloodthirsty arena makes even my blood boil a bit, so why is he the only one unaffected? It's like he isn't even here. Yu Ling frowned. He is truly an oddity, unlike how a demonic cultivator should be, or any cultivator for that matter. This stage would make even righteous cultivators turn to bloodlust, but he's a true expert. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard, staring at Zhuo with a deep look. Everyone has their demons. As demonic cultivators, we draw them out and refine them to achieve enlightenment about the inner workings of the world. But most people only glare at the surface of their demons, resulting in being consumed by them in a bloodbath like this. Except him, having understood the root of his demons and having tempered his heart to another level, a true demon. The inner demon has no hold over him, while he has it in complete control. Elder Yuan sighed. So young, yet he has such a deep heart. It will bring him a limitless future. Elder Yuan was full of praise, making Kuei Lang and Yu Ling speechless. When did the old-timer turn into a sage? And why is he talking gibberish? Old Yuan, have you lost it? Kuei Lang stared at him. Elder Yuan chuckled, finding himself under their scrutiny. Ha ha ha, it's just my feelings. Please don't mind it. I was just saying that Zhuo is special, someone you should get close to. Bam! Kuei Lang decked Elder Yuan and spat. So your act is to have us look after him? Think you're an expert with your aphorisms? Ha ha ha, yeah, I won't ever do it again. Elder Yuan smiled. The two shared a glance and shrugged. The old foggy wasn't much to look out, yet his act and preaching almost had them. It gives credence to the saying, the old are hypocrites. And this old guy must have made it into an art. An hour into the killings, the Asura circle's reverberating roars and shouts of murder never let up, time in which the ever-collected Zhuo figured he could do some fishing among the chaos while waiting. Kuei Lang figured the killing was enough and sounded the bell, though it wasn't that easy pulling their minds out of their demon's control. No choice but for Kuei Lang and Yu Ling to let their voices out, cease at once. The thunderous sound echoed in the cave so much even the ground shook. The two's powerful soul, along with their voices, yanked their minds into collapsing. The crazed, killing field turned deathly silent. The living participants held their heads and groaned while flouncing around. The dead forever remained still among the pool of blood, their eyes open, bloodthirsty yet empty. Kuei Lang saw Yu Ling's nod and said, "This should last them 2 months." Yu Ling returned the nod, having a rare smile on her lips. But just then, Kuei Lang's smile froze and his eyes widened. "What's wrong?" Yu Ling raised an eyebrow. Kuei Lang lifted a shaky arm to point. Yu Ling found herself experiencing the same shock as him there. Zhuo stood just like before, watching his neighbors with self-confidence. "That's not possible. We used bewitching whispers together. Why is he still standing?" Yu Ling couldn't make sense of it. Kuei Lang surmised, since a profound heaven cultivator's soul has no chance of being stronger than ours, it leaves only one option: he has a soul demonic treasure. Yu Ling nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "I have said he is special. Sirs should take good care of him." Elder Yuan jumped in. The two nodded after a pause. "Not anyone could just have a soul demonic treasure. He's just a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Someone must be watching his back to possess such a bauble." The two held Zhuo with higher regard on the spot. Yet behind this misconception, one finds Zhuo a freak of nature with a soul so strong, not even peak radiant stage could top it. As for backing, haha, Wuyue did invite him here, but his immense confidence in himself left him to his own devices. I.e., he had none. Alas, Zhuo was neck-deep in mysteries, and good at keeping others away. Ahem. Moving on, Kuei Lang turned to the rest of the survivors with a shout. "Grats, people, you have survived another Asura circle. You are now free to go. There are many tasks that await you tomorrow." Kuei Lang and Yu Ling had others collect the corpses as they left. The lucky men here, who still lived, left overjoyed at their new lease on life. While only Zhuo sneered, "They're no different from cattle. But they are different. They have a hint of hope." Elder Yuan smiled, coming over and seeing everyone gone. "Men are selfish and men's hearts have demons. Uprising has no chance of success, and the sect would have long since removed the labor office if it didn't serve its purpose. But to keep that from happening, the sect gave them a slim hope, to cultivate hard and they would come out as executive elders at some point. That's why they fight, so that one day they'll excel, while making labor office fulfill its purpose in the meantime. In truth, it's not the sect rearing them, but they are locking themselves inside their pen." Elder Yuan's eyes glinted with disdain, "Which is perfect. In a world where strength is everything, even here, only the strong make their way forward. As for the weak, the stragglers, death becomes them." Zhuo nodded. The world was cruel, its creatures nothing but fodder. It went double for demonic sect's labor office was hell, the supplier for the sect's disciples' cultivation needs, while also being the place where the strong transformed. The survivors of this hellhole were crucial pillars of the sect. Having gone through one culling after another, it only went to show its importance to the demon-scheming sect. The labor office was empty of anything humane, reduced to mere survival or death. But unlike the world outside that had the same nature, this was a corner of the world free of hypocrisies. Zhuofan's eyes flashed as his heart and mentality grew, as he understood more about the world he was part of. Chapter 527, She Beneath the Moon. Chapter 527, She Beneath the Moon. With a flash of azure, a flicker of flame appeared on Zhuofan's forehead. Elder Yuan's eyes bugged out in shock. With a light pop, Zhuofan's aura doubled. He just stood there like nothing happened, yet his cultivation rose to the 7th layer of profound heaven stage. Elder Yuan was flabbergasted, having witnessed the Asura circle. The kid has come to his own discoveries, driving his cultivation to rise. Even though cultivation defines your strength, while the heart defines one's potential, the two are unrelated. Such a case where a heart state improving leads to an increase in cultivation had been far and few, since time itself, yet here and now, Zhuo has done it. It is proof of his immense insight, of his great talent. Elder Yuan was stirred watching Zhuo. His throat became dry. When the azure flame withdrew and Zhuo opened his eyes, he found the golden halo in his eyes flashing brighter and brighter. Ugh! Zhuo frowned. Having an old-timer watch him with such heated gaze was not normal. Ahem, Elder Yuan, what is this? If you're pent up, don't come to me, I don't swing that way. Elder Yuan recovered from his stupor and beamed. Sir Zhuo must never ever misunderstand. I may be old, but I am straight. The two burst out laughing. Elder Yuan, I must say I never thought the materials from the labor office were picked this way. Zhuo and Elder Yuan were walking out. It only makes Elder Yuan's survival over all these years even more peculiar. What's so strange about it? We each live our own lives. The strong have their own path, and so do the weak. Besides, in my days there was no Asura circle. The elders came to pick the materials, and in fear of being included, I suppressed my cultivation. Not registering in their eyes meant going on living. And that is how I am the only one reaching such an old age here. It's only natural that they've put me in charge and absolved me from dying here. Then the Asura circle. Zhuo raised an eyebrow, glancing around. Elder Yuan whispered, Zhuo, Asura circle is something Sir Kuei Lang came up with when he first came here. Why would he do that? Zhuo asked. Piqued. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuo, the labor office has two kinds of people. One are the cast-out disciples. They can either resign to their fate as materials, or break the mold and become elders. The other type are those demoted here as punishment. They are forever criminals with a short road ahead of them and a high chance of never leaving this place. But the sect has a rule: those with great merits will have a clean slate. That's what they tell the others. What great merit could a criminal get in the labor office? Zhuo shook his head. Elder Yuan smiled. That's not entirely true. Like I said, the strong will always find a way. Like now, for instance, keeping Asura circle going is a great merit. What makes you say that? Zhuo asked. Elder Yuan's eyes glinted. Those in the labor office know the condition, but few manage to escape, which makes everyone mediocre, living their lives like me, who suppress their cultivation to avoid becoming some elder's guinea pig. That makes the materials here dregs, while now, because of the Asura circle, people here want to live longer and thus have to become stronger and cultivate harder. Soon the materials' quality improved and the elders were satisfied. And there's an illusion about Asura circle as well, that they are the masters of their own fate. The dead become materials while the living continue existing and not get picked by elders. Strength gives you life while weakness takes it away. With this trend, the level of the labor office will soon reach outer disciples. Especially after Yu Ling came, adding a few rules. Bone tempering stage needn't join Asura circle, keeping the new blood pumping and saving them from drying out. Everything was made so that the labor office's standards grew, another great merit. The two of them might even return to the inner sect with their credit. Zhuo nodded. All the two did was use mind games, throwing these abandoned slackers through a murder machine to awaken their ambition. An objective watcher would see them as lambs, but in the Asura circle, they turn into wild animals who would do anything to survive. Looking at it from another angle, if these people had resources to boost their cultivation, they'd reach far greater heights than even inner disciples. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, muttering, "Does that mean Xie Wuyue threw me in here to first earn great merit for the sect?" "What did you say?" Elder Yuan stared. Zhuo shook his head. Nothing, I was only lamenting. These two are some mother-fluffing geniuses. It's such a waste letting them be stuck here, and not higher up in the sect. Yeah. Elder Yuan nodded. By the way, what were their crimes? Zhuo continued, but Elder Yuan's response was cut short. Rustle. The moon hanging in the night sky draped the land in a silver curtain, revealing a delicate figure dancing among the stars with her blade tracing bizarre arches. Zhuo watched the dazed figure, like a fairy, and clapped with a smile. Such exquisite swordsmanship, Miss Yue. The graceful figure stopped, and Yue's fine features turned icy. She ignored Zhuo, looking elsewhere. Her cultivation had to stop when Zhuo's cawing resumed. Miss Yue, what a coincidence. Have you been punished as well since you've come here? Stumbling, Yue turned a hateful glare. You're the one punished. True, I am in the labor office. Zhuo answered with a smile. Yue was lost for words, gnashing her teeth. Elder Yuan was giggling at the side. Yue mocked. In the end, when you arrived, you said you'd be an elite, but sect leader didn't even let you in the hall, throwing you in the labor office. You only know how to boast. How did you know that I didn't enter the hall? Were you looking out for me? I didn't know you cared. Zhuo chuckled. Yue flushed and raged. Who would? Everyone knows about your scandal now. You're the first person to not even get to see the sect leader before getting dumped in the labor office. I see. Zhuo's eyes glinted. He was sure someone was keeping an eye on him when he entered the sect. There was no way that a common disciple's matter would spread otherwise, not so fast at least, but he reckoned all of this stopped the moment he was placed in the labor office, or with how the labor office was filled with all kinds of people, there was no way he wouldn't detect something after so many days. Zhuo smiled. Miss Yue, did perhaps senior sister Mayor miss me as well? Senior sister didn't care. Yue caught herself and blushed harder. Zhuo had played her again and she was irate. I don't care about you. Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan laughed. Zhuo is just like the rumors say, cunning and sly. An ignorant miss won't stand a chance. It was the worst possible reaction as Yue's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and she slashed at them. Since she was put on the spot, Elder Yuan cowered behind Zhuo on the double, while Zhuo just stood there, grabbing her soft wrists before the blade touched him. She cried out as the blade fell from her grip, and she frowned. Zhuo let her go at once. I've barely used any strength, so how could it hurt? Don't tell me you're still wounded from last time. None of your business. Yue huffed. Just then, another cute voice came. How dare you mess with my sister? Chapter 528, Mission. Chapter 528, Mission. The wind whistled in the biting cold gale. A figure in red landed, keeping Yue behind her. Zhuo found her to be none other than twisted-faced Rakshasa Yuling. Zhuo was taken aback. She's your little sister? Yuling burst with bloodthirst. I don't care who protects you, but you've messed with my sister and must die. You're not the first prattling fool who has said that to me, nor the last. Zhuo snorted. Yuling's fists tightened, her mood sinking lower, yet her determination to attack faltered. She couldn't believe that a 6th/7th layer of profound heaven cultivator would dare talk back to a 3rd layer of radiant stage expert. It only meant one thing. He's got strong enough backing to ignore even the likes of twisted-faced Rakshasa. It would be all too easy to kill the punk here and now, but then she wouldn't be alone in this mess. Her little sister would suffer too, so her thirst for blood ebbed. Elder Yuan jumped in with a smile. Miss Yuling, it's all just a misunderstanding. Miss Yue was practicing while we passed by. There's no conflict here. Zhuo was just praising her form. Right, Miss Yue, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan begged Yue with his eyes. Is it true, Yue? Yuling turned around. She didn't want to cause trouble over nothing. But if the punk did it on purpose, he'll get justice all right. Yue glared at Zhuo but nodded. They didn't do anything. It was I who attacked first. Zhuo nodded inside. The lass is stubborn, but simple, doing everything by the book. How admirable. But Yuling was unreasonable. That must mean he instigated you. Humph, damn brat, this isn't over, not by a long shot. Yu Ling pulled Yue away as she warned. No one in this place is good, Yue. Better stay away from that guy. If anything happens, come find me or senior sister Mayor, alright? Yes, sister. Yue was meek as a lamb, but on her way away, she sneaked a glance at Zhuofan, scrunched up her cute button nose, and stuck her tongue at him. Zhuofan was speechless. Hey, is this how it's done? Her sister is to blame yet she takes it out on me? There's no justice in the world, only the strong preying on the weak. Elder Yuan sighed like a calamity had passed. And Yu Ling has only let this go because she didn't know of your backing. But you better watch out for her tricks. Zhuofan shook his head. How could I forget? This is a demonic sect, and anyone can attack without excuse or warning. While outside, no matter how much one hates you, he needs a pretext if he doesn't want a bad name. Elder Yuan, was Yu Ling gathering materials for Miss Yue? Zhuofan frowned. Elder Yuan nodded. Yu Ling is called Rakshasa, with a nasty temper and vile tendencies, but always dotes on her little sister. It was because of Yue that she ended up in the labor office. Her little sister had poor talent and would have ended up in the labor office, so she stole a 7th-grade pill from the alchemy office to remold her sister's body, leading to today's Yue and the punished Yu Ling, who had the makings of an elite. Oh, she's quite fond of her baby sister, huh? Zhuofan nodded and sighed, but her kindness is destructive. Why? Elder Yuan frowned. Zhuofan paused. I heard Yue trains in the demon-devouring saber. The crux of it lies in the demon-devouring, swallowing thousands of demonic auras and grudges to increase the blade art's power and triggering the demons of the users. It would go as far as being able to kill everything in one's path. A shame. What? A shame for Yue's poor condition. Zhuofan shook his head. Training in her state would have her demons swallow her into madness, and she will fall apart. Sigh, Yu Ling is sure to regret it. Just that her twisted hand should have been healed with a simple pill, so why isn't it healed after 2 days? Elder Yuan frowned as he caressed his beard, his eyes flashing. Why didn't you say anything? After they yelled in my face, die in this or that way. I couldn't care less about their fate. Zhuofan twisted his head away. Elder Yuan shook his head. From your analysis, I figured you cared a lot. For them? We have nothing tying us, so why should I? I'm no love-struck fool. Zhuofan snorted. I only found it suspicious. I fear the only peaceful place in the sect will lose its tranquility. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuofan, this is the labor office, the cruelest place in the sect. How is it peaceful? Elder Yuan, you won't understand. Here it is either kill or be killed, live or die. Isn't this simple interaction peaceful? With the schemes and plots outside, where would you find another place like this? Elder Yuan held his gaze, then smiled. Sir Zhuo has great insight. You're right, this place is pretty peaceful, ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed along as they walked. They discussed on the way about Tao and its mysteries and clicked together, wishing they'd met earlier. Zhuofan had earned big time from their talks, but so did Elder Yuan in this night. The hearts of these two had grown, widening their path into a longer future. On the morrow, Zhuofan finished cultivating only to find a panicking Elder Yuan bursting in. Zhuofan, come with me. Another gathering? I didn't hear any bells. Zhuofan asked. Asura Circle was just last night, yet it's starting again? If they keep this up, the entire labor office will be empty in 3 days. Asura Circle can't start whenever. They won't dare do it so soon. But as this is the labor office, work begins early in the morning, and you need to sweep the elders' and venerables' homes. How come I didn't do that the first 2 days here? Zhuofan eyed him. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes. I covered for you. But after last night's Asura Circle, I can no longer help you. And that Yu Ling must have put your name in for revenge. She has the authority? Aren't you the chief here? Hey, I told you already, I am only chief on the surface. Here, power is everything. Elder Yuan lamented. I can't force you with my meager cultivation, so please don't make it hard on me. Zhuo shook his head and jumped out of bed. Since they were friends, there was no point taking it out on the old man. But on those broads. Snorting inside, Zhuo followed Elder Yuan to a square with poor houses. Others had already gathered here, with Kuei Lang and Yu Ling standing in front. Seeing Zhuo, everyone gave him a cold eye and bloodthirst. Zhuo squinted, his mind ready. Now that everyone's here, we will assign tasks. Yu Ling took the roster from Elder Yuan. Zhang Fugue, Li Yongchang, you're to clean Venerable Shi's room. Wang Tianlei, Zhang Mingqi, you're going to Elder Liang's bedroom. Everyone's name got called. The first three walked forward and bowed before taking a broom from the side. As they skipped about, Zhuo found it odd. What's there to be perky about when cleaning? Is there a reward involved? Soon, only Zhuo's name remained unheard, with Yu Ling sporting a nasty grin. Zhuo, take the broom and clean Sect leader's bedroom. The other laborers cracked up, enjoying his plight. Zhuo didn't get the joke. Oh, what's so funny? But since he wanted to go to Sect leader's home at some point, this was the perfect chance. Wuyue, just why the hell did you bring me here? You better have some good reason for this. Chapter 529. Seeing Wuyue. Chapter 529. Seeing Wuyue. Under the sun's glorious warmth, a youngster and an old man passed pavilions and many crossings to arrive at an opulent grand hall. Elder Yuan pointed at a magnificent roof and warned, Zhuo, here are Sect leaders' chambers, a total of 273 rooms. You must be very thorough in cleaning each of them. Blast it, 200? Did he ever use them all? Zhuo grumbled. Elder Yuan waved his hands around and hushed him in panic. This is the prestige of a Sect leader. Us, laborers, cannot make light of this or else. Elder Yuan put on a heavy look. Zhuo got it. A demonic Sect's leader was no pushover, nor a kind grandpa. Anyone talking behind his back might soon find an untimely end. But yours truly was the exception, since Wuyue had recruited him personally. Why go through all that trouble just to kill him out of pettiness? He'd fail as a Sect leader. Zhuo's mind worked to wring out how far he could push it. Fine, I'm going to work. Zhuo walked to the hall with the broom. Elder Yuan panicked, pulling him back. Zhuo, always remember, the Sect leader is idiosyncratic and a clean freak. Sweep down to the last speck of dust. Getting Sect leader unhappy would make our heads roll. Do you know why the others were so happy to go to the other elders' houses? Because they didn't want to clean Sect leader's house. Yu Ling gave it to you on purpose, to have Sect leader remove you in her place. You must exercise caution at all times, your life depends on it. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Elder Yuan. Zhuo nodded and cupped his hands, but showed no change in character, hanging the broom on his shoulder like before, strutting into the hall as if he had come to rob the place, not clean it. Elder Yuan's face twitched, the kid's too wild and fearless. In the building, gold and jade decorations welcomed him. At the far center was a jade long chair, very expensive. There were wall chandeliers on each side, made with utmost attention to detail. The image was complete with stands holding exquisite vases, adding an air of elegance. To sum it up, it was quaint, magnificent but not excessive, glorious but not ostentatious. It got Zhuo's stamp of approval. From the style alone, he guessed Wuyue was a man of mystery, keeping everything to himself. A cultivator with a high mentality. Cough. Zhuo jerked and noticed a youth in silk, and having cruel eyes looking back at him from the entrance. The youth was amazed the instant he saw his face. Zhuo? Wuyue. Eyebrow twitching, Zhuo called back, grinning and nodding. Wuyue passed him and sat on the jade chair. Ha ha ha, that's not quite right, but Zhuo, since you're now in my sect, the least you should do is call me Sect leader. Sect leader. Grinning back, this was Zhuo's first time meeting Wuyue in the flesh. Last time was just his soul, but he saw no features, just a shadow. May I ask, sect leader, after going through so much hard work, traveling thousands of miles to find me and paying a 9th-grade pill to recruit me, was it all just to have me sweep floors? Looking him in the eye, he lifted the broom and held it like a club, ready to go at it. Wuyue chuckled. I would lose too much letting you just sweep for a 9th-grade pill. Tell me, where exactly do you look like a hard-working and conscious sweeper? Zhuo checked himself and shook his head. He could sweep enemies, but failed to sweep floors. Laughing, Wuyue turned serious. Zhuo, I have brought you here with the intention to have you become an elite by being sect leader's disciple and represent the sect in the Double Dragon gathering. But High Venerable questioned your ability and had you put in the labor office for trial. I understand High Venerable's worries, but out of the elites, inner disciples, outer disciples and labor office, did it have to be the worst one? I'm a 7th layer profound heaven cultivator for crying out loud, yet don't even qualify as an outer disciple? And what's that Double Dragon gathering anyway? It's too soon for you to know. As for High Venerable's decision, I am to blame. I've praised you so much that High Venerable grew skeptical and thus put you in the labor office. If you're that great, then you should be able to stand out even there. I thought the same, so I agreed. Since with your skills, getting great merit should be easy. Wuyue snickered. Zhuofan's face twitched all this while, flipping, shove it? At least give me something to work with. How am I supposed to get merit without some guidelines? With how detached labor office is from the rest, I won't achieve anything. Besides, the merit of strengthening laborers falls on Yu Ling and Kuei Lang. What am I supposed to do? It's all in your hands now to figure out, to prove to the whole sect what you can do. If you can't surpass even those two, you'll be stuck in the labor office forever. He brushed off his impeccable sleeves, and stopped spouting vulgarities in front of me. This will be your only warning. The next time you'll be sorry. Got that? Freakin' show off. Scratching his nose, Zhuo nodded. Yeah. Great, now start sweeping. I want to see for myself if you're qualified for labor. Wuyue snickered. This grand and mighty Aravista, the same one that cleaned up Tianyu of all factions and was hailed as best in the empire, was sweeping floors. Wuyue giggled inside. Zhuo rolled his eyes, grumbled inside, and the broom flew from his shoulder, releasing a gale. A yellow wave spread from his foot along the floor with crazy speed. In an instant, the dust picked up so much it was like a tornado got stuffed in the hall. Cough. Wuyue covered his mouth and nose while shouting, Enough, stop this instant, do you hear me? What could possibly be wrong, sect leader? Zhuo halted and the tornado vanished. Wuyue glared, a vein popping on his forehead. You did that on purpose? Is this how you sweep? You're looking for a beating. Is it not? But it's clean. Zhuo pointed below him with a straight face. It was damn spotless, without the slightest grain of dust on the paved floor. But the earlier blue stones had now turned white. Eyebrow twitching, Wuyue balled his fists. You're only alive because I have great plans for you. Fine, now stop sweeping and do something else. Zhuo was too obedient, spinning on his heel and leaving. Yet he only took a step and heard a crisp sound. Holding the broom under his arm, it accidentally hit a vase, now turned to pieces. Wuyue held his head in annoyance. Zhuo waved his hands. Sect leader, I'll fix it right up. He rushed to pick up the pieces, but the broom swung again under his arm and sent a jade carving flying, sending fragments all over the clean floor as it shattered. Wuyue's eyebrow jumped, his eyes burning red hot, wishing nothing more than to tear Zhuo into nothing. It's all right, sect leader, I'll handle it. Zhuo manned up, but Wuyue had had enough. Handle your dumb ass? You're only making it worse. Now scram the hell out. You're clearly here to pick a fight. Don't ever sweep again and figure out a way to get out of the labor office. Yes, sect leader. Zhuo snickered inside, Skipping out of the hall, Wuyue was left alone in his jade throne, watching him go, filled with rage. Turning to the pristine floor, now filled with rubble, his wrath knew no bounds. Chapter 530, Patsy. Chapter 530, Patsy. Men! Wuyue screeched. His eyes thick with bloodthirst, a short old man ran inside and shivered at the incoming killing intent. He rushed to greet, Sect leader. Why is Sir so angry? Are you blind or what? Can't you see the floor? Wuyue snorted. The man looked around to find the once tidy Sect leader hall filled with dust, chinas and jade carvings on the ground in pieces. Shuddering to wipe his brow, he said, This I do not. I will handle it right away. Wait! The guy rushed to find the culprit and hang him for his crimes, lest the Sect leader took his anger out himself, but Wuyue wasn't through by a long shot, barking, You don't have to go, I know who did it. Sect leader knows? The man's brain was all amush with your temper. You should have executed him by now. I should be here to fetch his corpse, but where is it? The guy looked everywhere. Wuyue knew what he was thinking and said, A laborer came here to sweep. Yeah, those wastes must be at fault. God damn it, they are so stupid that they even broke Sect leader's stuff. The old man fumed and cut Wuyue off. Sect leader, I will look into it and bring back the culprit's head. He got up to leave again, but Wuyue shouted, Get back here! I didn't ask you to leave, did I? Faltering, the man lowered his head. Sect leader, what would you ask of me? Stay right there and let me finish. Wuyue stressed every word. The man bobbed like a chicken. Wuyue continued, The name of the laborer is Zhuo. It's great that the Sect leader knows his name. I'll go get him at once. The old-timer clapped and laughed, but Wuyue's cold glare cut his joy short. He gave himself a couple of slaps until his cheeks swelled. Sect leader said not to move. Sigh, I'm so careless. Wuyue ignored this episode. Zhuo is at fault, but no one can touch him. So get out there and find me the son of a bitch that put him on sweeping duty and waste him. Wuyue's face was a mask of malice, his tone so icy. The old-timer shivered. What he got from the outburst, though, was, Why skip the culprit and have his handler answer for it? This has never happened before. With this example, no one would ever send a sweeper to Sect leader's home. They'd draw straws to decide, but since Wuyue didn't explain, in no way was he going to ask, just bowed and walked backwards. Wuyue was left alone again, among the rubbish, and his anger spiked in the labor office. The people were returning after completing their tasks to hand over the tools. Kuei Lang, Yu Ling and Elder Yuan took stock and found that out of all disciples, only Zhuo was missing. Elder Yuan frowned with worry. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang had a twisted smile. The guy must be done for. Kuei Lang snickered. Yu Ling nodded, her eyes glinting. Sect leader has a vile temper, picky about everything. Many laborers failed to satisfy Sect leader's demands and paid with their lives. The kid has just arrived and is going into Sect leader's home. He's sure to flop. Hi, the kid won't be coming back. Everyone laughed, reveling in another's misfortune. Only Elder Yuan sighed. Yu Ling, we can't do it ourselves because of the kid's backing, but getting on Sect leader's bad side, he will end up dead all the same. No one in the demon scheming sect will make a peep. He contradicted his betters yesterday and now he is toast. Kuei Lang smiled at Yu Ling. Yu Ling nodded, but then, a thunderous shout came from above. They saw a small old man flying over. All managers of the labor office, get out now. Isn't that executive son of the Sect leader's hall? Kuei Lang smiled. Yu Ling's smile grew. The kid must have done it now. Executive usually just barks at us for a while, then sends us to fetch a corpse. That must be it. But was it a win or a loss getting yelled at for killing that prick? It's a loss for us and a win for the kid. Think about it, for a waste like him to get a radiant stage expert's tongue lashing must be his fortune, ha ha ha. Kuei Lang laughed. Right, ha ha ha. The two laughed until Executive Son approached. Executive Son, you honor us with your presence. I am Yuan Xingang, a manager of the Labor Office. Sod off, you think I don't know who's in charge of Labor Office? You're just a glorified manager, that's it. Get Yu Ling and Kuei Lang to see me. Executive Son flicked his sleeve and snapped. Elder Yuan shirked back. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang rushed over with a bow. Greetings, Executive Sunday. What are your orders? Orders? Giving any orders to you will soon have my head served on a silver platter, dragging me with you into hell. Executive Son snapped. What kind of disciple did you send to sweep Sect Leaders' Hall? He didn't just botch it, but wrecked the place. He almost tore the whole hall apart. It is our fault. Please ease your anger, Executive Son. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling bobbed their heads, putting on a pained look, yet their hearts jumped with glee. The punk must have struck a calamity. He's definitely toast. Yu Ling apologized again, then probed. Executive Son, we will deal with his body at once and clean up the hall. His body? I didn't say anything about a corpse. Executive Son eyed them coldly. The two were stumped. Did the sect leader wipe him off the face of this world? Squinting in joy, Yu Ling added. Executive Son sneered. Keep dreaming, the kid ran. He's not in the sect leader's hall. He ran? Both of them shouted. He got off after such a disaster? That punk sure is something. Kuei Lang bowed at once. Executive Son, he can't escape. I will search the entire sect if I have to. We cannot trouble inner and outer disciples over this. Search? When sect leader himself let him run. Sect leader doesn't even blame him for his mistake. Executive Son roared. Dong. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang's brains were hammered, looking lost and dumb. He wrecked everything, yet sect leader let him go. That's not his style. Executive Son saw through them with a sneer. Even I couldn't believe it after so many years around sect leader. But this is sect leader's order, that no one can touch Zhuo. And who was the damn bastard who put him on sweeping duty at sect leader's home? Sect leader wants a punching bag. Executive Son's bloodthirst slammed into them. Shivering, Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were soaked in sweat. Zhang Fugue, I thought I told you to sweep sect leader's home. Why did you make Zhuo do it instead? Kuei Lang's eyes roamed around until they settled on a disciple. Zhang Fugue shirked, scared out of his mind. No, I swept Venerable sure. Silence, I told you to sweep sect leader's home, yet you put Zhuo on it? Don't you know that the more seasoned disciples must take care of it? A newbie like him was bound to wreck the place. You are pushing others around and got sect leader furious. For your offense, you shall die. Bam! Kuei Lang dumped all kinds of crimes on his head and struck before he could explain. The fierce gale made him spit blood and breathe his last, becoming Kuei Lang and Yu Ling's Patsy. He didn't know even now how he had earned their ire, what he did to deserve this. Chapter 531, Special Background. Chapter 531, Special Background. Bang! Zhang Fugue's corpse hit the ground with blood leaking from every hole. His eyes wide open and oblivious, the other disciples stepped back, shivering in fear. Kuei Lang bowed at Executive Son again. Executive Sir, I have dealt with the perpetrator. What are Sir's commands? Executive Son was an old weasel as well, knowing when not to question, and just warned. Kuei Lang, Yu Ling, I don't care about what personal game you're playing, but stay out of the sect's affairs, or else. Executive Son left the thread hanging with savage killing intent, making the two bob their heads in fear. Also, Executive Son continued, in my decade alongside sect leader, I hardly ever saw him raging like this. But even rarer was a rage that he bottled up. That Zhuo may be a laborer, but you better watch it next time. The two's hearts sank, grimacing. Who the hell is he for not even sect leader would touch him? This is a small matter, but from the sect leader's attitude, the two felt even worse. Executive Son flicked his sleeve. Since the culprit is punished, I'll be reporting my progress. You better behave. Executive Son took to the skies. The two bowed again. Take care, Executive Son. They only straightened when the man was gone from their sights. Their eyes filled with shock. Elder Yuan came over giggling. Hee, I told you so. Zhuo isn't normal. Shove off. The two snapped. Elder Yuan shirked and faltered. The two dealt with the corpse, and the other disciples disbanded, waiting around the labor office for Zhuo to arrive. They waited and waited, well into the evening. That was when Zhuo strutted over with the broom on his shoulder. Yuling gnashed her teeth and raged. Zhuo, now you show up? Where have you been? Don't you know you must return after your task? Nope, no one told me. Zhuo said simply. Yuling felt awkward. Her and Kuei Lang lost for words. They had put him on Sect leader's home with the obvious intention to not see him again. Wasting words on a dead guy wasn't anyone's hobby, yet this schmuck didn't just return, but even talked back. He's got such backing that not even the Sect leader wants to mess with him. The two watched Zhuo with fear and suspicion. They were dying to put him in his place, but the fear of his backers overwrote that desire. So the two were at an impasse, staring at the stuck-up Zhuo showing off his swag. Bottling the rage, Kuei Lang said, Since it's your first strike and did not know, I'll overlook it. But next time you will be punished. The fact that he didn't take Zhuo's head on the spot showed clearly that he didn't want to mess with Zhuo. Zhuo grinned. They must have got the news already to crush their own pride. But Zhuo cared not one bit. Sure, I'll be waiting then. He passed the two with a roll of his eyes, not even looking at them. Hey, is this how you act? You're under us, a laborer, yet you're ordering us? Kuei Lang was this close to exploding. Yuling glared at his back, but reined all the hatred in. Kuei Lang, he has a special background. Before we are clear what that is exactly, we best not tackle him. We will figure it all out once we look into him. Kuei Lang nodded, flaring his nostrils. While the next tasks were handed out, only Zhuo was left idle since no one pushed any work on him when it came to elders. This young master must have one hell of a background to act all cocky. What was worse, anything the two tried would backfire. The earlier case showed it. They got him to sweep Sect leader's home, yet he played around until Sect leader vented on the labor office. If they were any more late in reacting, they'd have ended up as Patsy's. Yuling lost all intent to mess with Zhuo, even hoping for the latter to not come looking for trouble. It went so far that every time tasks were handed out, they singled Zhuo out in cleaning the most desolate places. Like the ancestral cemetery, the plaza at the entrance manned by two pupils welcoming guests. Stuff like that. Those were the only places he couldn't cause trouble at, or any mess he made could be covered. Zhuo spent the next 2 months carefree and easygoing, totally ignoring Wuyue's advice. As for getting some credit to participate in the double dragon thingy, thanks but no thanks. He had all the peace and quiet needed to cultivate here, in the labor office. Strutting like a man with a supposedly high background, others gave him a wide berth. Only the old man with a broad mentality dropped by to debate on the Tao. All in all, life was good, lavishing in the tranquility he had yearned for so long. As for the labor office being dirt poor in regards to resources, a humph, make way, money bags coming through. Zhuo couldn't be happier these few months. Just around the time the demon scheming sect's inner sect promotion began. Not that he ever gave a damn. Ah hey hem, it falls to us, labor office, to build the outer disciple promotion stage. Work hard, people. If 3 days later something is out of place and the competition can't be held, it's your ass on the line. Kuei Lang, Yuling and Elder Yuan spoke to the laborers. Kuei Lang was using his big voice to intimidate them. What he got instead was mockery. They are just fighting, what's the point of making a show out of it? Are outer disciples so useless that they can't fight without a stage? Our Asura circle is far more fitting. The others covered their mouths. Everyone knew who it was without even looking. The only one to contradict their two bosses in the labor office like a true wastrel was Zhuo with his special background, so special that even these two prodigal children filled with hot air could only gnash their teeth. This had been going on over the past few months, quipping at them whenever the chance presented itself. Zhuo, stop complaining. Do you want to live or not? Kuei Lang fumed. Zhuo shrugged. Want. Kuei Lang looked like he was about to cry. He was the boss in the labor office, but ever since this prick showed up, his name had plunged and plunged at the hands of this obnoxious tyrant. He was a damn spoiled brat. Yuling held her head, lamenting her fate. She never nitpicked with the kid, but the brat had other plans, bothering the hell out of them every time and pissing them off. Just why do all elders and venerables' prodigal sons end up in the labor office? At least take some of them to the outer sect. But they all knew this prodigal son would one day get bumped up at some point and leave. But when, in a few years, anything would be better than being stuck in the same place with him. Squinting, they glared at the unfazed Zhuo, then sighed at their misfortune. Elder Yuan laughed it up. Dad. Sister. The two sudden voices caught everyone by surprise. They watched two young people rushing over. One was a lovely girl Zhuo knew, Yue, and the other was a youth in his 20s wearing fancy clothes and bearing a striking resemblance with Kuei Lang. His son, probably Yue, and Kuei Lang smiled on seeing each other, but Zhuo eyed the limp hand of Yue with a sharp look. Still damaged? Chapter 532. Dangerous Smile. Chapter 532. Dangerous Smile. Yue, how is your practice of demon-devouring saber going? Are you confident in this outer sect promotion? Yuling smiled at her baby sister. Faltering for a moment, Yue revealed a disarming smile. It won't be a problem. Nearby, Kuei Lang was patting his son's shoulder, laughing. You better become an inner disciple in this competition, or all your old man's effort would be for naught. Dad, I won't let you down. The youth's eyes showed conviction. Kuei Lang smiled in pride with Yuling. Yuling, who do you think will win if my son and your sister fight? Kuei Lang raised an eyebrow. Yuling held supreme confidence. Yue, of course. No, it's my son. He's stronger. Kuei Lang shook his head. Yuling glared. My sister. My son. Sister. The two went back and forth, with the argument getting heated by the second. While Yue and the youth just shrugged. The outer sect competition is around the corner, and you're squabbling as if you're the one going up there. Zhuo crept up on them like a ghost, saying, it's more likely to end as a draw. No one's really better than the other, they're equal, right? The two focused their anger on Zhuo, shouting, beat it! Shirking, Zhuo grinned and walked away. Kuei Lang glared. Zhuo, what a rotten mouth you have. My son is about to enter the competition, yet you have nothing nice to say? Are you mocking him instead, hoping that he would lose? If anything happens to Yue, you will be sorry. Yuling's eyes grew savage like a tigress, baring her fangs. Zhuo shrugged. Not my problem. And you started it. In the competition, it is either win-lose, lose-win, or draw. How could they have a smooth sailing? They were left speechless, resorting to snorts and flicking their sleeves. Zhuo, you sure pack a sharp mouth. Kuei Lang sighed, feeling powerless. This punk would one day kill me due to anger alone. Yue pouted and sulked. I get that he always annoys me every time we meet, but why is sister enraged too? While the young man was dumbfounded at the weird scene, his old man was pretty well known even among the inner sect. The ending up cast out in the labor office ought to make him king. But who was this guy with clearly weaker cultivation to talk back to his dad? Why isn't Dad doing anything about it? This situation stinks to high heaven. Looking at the cringing laborers standing in line, only Zhuo did what he wanted, to perform his circus act as a mockery to these two leaders. It only worked to deepen his doubts though. Dad, he is, the youth pointed at Zhuo. Kuei Lang groaned, to which Zhuo laughed and stuck out his chest. I am your father's fellow disciple, Zhuo. Since you're his son, call me Senior Uncle Zhuo for now. Senior Uncle Zhuo, I am Kuei Gang, greetings. The kid got intimidated and responded quickly while Kuei Lang rushed over and helped his son up while cursing, Ganger, you can't be so naive to get duped so easily. This punk is some prodigal son for sure. But he has nothing to do with me at all, so how can you call him senior uncle? Kuei Lang glared at Zhuo. Rotten punk, I can take your crass remarks and quips but know when to quit. Don't ever mess with my son. So what if I call you my fellow brother? It is your honor. When your son comes crying to his uncle, I might just ignore him. Zhuo shrugged with a grin that deserved a beating. Kuei Lang was about to blow a gasket, yet had no way to vent. Kuei Gang was dumbstruck. Why all the mockery then, if the young guy wasn't his dad's fellow disciple? How can dad still take it? The laborers knew fully well why, snickering inside and giving Zhuo a thumbs up on the sly. Zhuo's background was a huge nebula, but at least this prodigal son wasn't hard on fellow laborers, taking it out on the two bosses. It was like he was the labor office's spokesman. Kuei Lang pulled Kuei Gang, pointing at Zhuo with a hard face. Ganger, see that? He is a nobody, using his connections to get into the sect. He might one day end up an elder executive, but he won't achieve anything in life. So don't hang out with the likes of him, he'll drag you down. You're bound to go higher than him. Yu Ling did the same with her sister, wearing her disgust on her face while pointing at Zhuo. Zhuo became the two's perfect negative example. Zhuo grinned uncaringly. So what if I'm a prodigal son, aren't you the same, using your meager pull to give your connections materials to train? Humph, there's no end to human greed. With power comes skimming, it's only logical. What would be the point of power then? You're mocking me for being a prodigal son when in fact you want to follow in my footsteps and pick on others. We're all demonic cultivators here. What's so great about showing off while faking innocence? Zhuo had a flat tone, but no matter how it sounded, he had mocked the two Kuei Gang and Yuan nodded. Zhuo's wording was a tad blunt, but made damn good sense. They had to believe him. The more you hate someone, the more you want to be like them. But no one wanted to admit their envy. Humph, enough of your sophistry. Yuan and Ganger have good talents and are hard-working. They're sure to advance. All we do is give our best in supporting them. Unlike you, wasting your life away as you wait for death, stuck in the same dead-end position. You don't know any martial arts, and the only reason you lived through Asura circle is because of your high cultivation. I bet you'd sooner meet your end in the circle before your patron busts you out of here. Kuei Lang shouted, trying to salvage a modicum of self-respect. Zhuo only had a taunting look. Ignorant man, martial skills are only tools while cultivation is the core. I know no martial arts, but my heart and my mind are solely on the Tao, helping me see through its mysteries and advance. Insight is the essence of cultivation, of skills and cultivation methods. Focusing on being staunch yet neglecting fundamentals is so laughable. Kuei Lang paused, then shouted, Zhuo, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Dong. The minds of everyone exploded, wearing long faces and holding their heads at his awkward look. Kuei Gang was blushing in shame. Dad sucks at quarreling, not even getting what the other party says. Then again, that was who he was, a guy who relied on his fists. Alas, he couldn't use them this time. Elder Yuan sighed. The disciples of this sect always fought and were ruthless, emphasizing ability over Tao. For even a radiant stage expert like Kuei Lang to be so ignorant of the Tao, he could only lament if this went on. Demon-scheming sect would be stuck in the lower three sects for thousands of years. Yet Zhuo, who had come from the secular world, had amazing insights on Tao. Him leading the sect would move the sect down the right path, towards a glorious future. Elder Yuan's eyes shined. Oh, what's all the hubbub? Why are laborers sitting around idle? A teasing voice said. They all turned to see an elegant woman swinging her hips. With how the labor office was filled with men, They all gulped at such a fine specimen entering their pen only to lower their heads the next second. Because this creature was another savage beast, she was no other than who Mayor Zhuo sneered inside. Her kind smile only hides daggers. The last time she showed up, he ended up getting sneak attacked, and this time something was bound to happen as well. Only the target isn't me this time around. Zhuo followed her vixen eyes and arrived at Yu Ling and her sister. Chapter 533, Nimble Labor. Chapter 533, Nimble Labor. Senior Sister Mayor, it's been a while. Yu Ling cupped her hands, coming over with her sister. Thank you for watching over Yuan while I was away. I can never repay your gratitude. With a melodious voice, Mayor waved her off. We're all sisters here. Oh Yuan, how is your practice going? Senior Sister, I am now proficient. Yuan cupped her hand's paw. Landing her hand hard on Yuan's shoulder, Mayor spoke her earnest feelings. Yuan, you must work hard. Look how much your sister has done for you. You can't let all her efforts go to waste. You must advance. Yuan frowned in pain, but her face hardened with a nod. Mayor's eyes glinted and beamed. Yu Ling smiled as well, happy that Yuan was taken care of. Zhuo watched from afar with sharp eyes. Oh Ganger, how is your blood annihilation training going? Mayor turned to Kuei Gang with the most caring look. Kuei Gang nodded. Good, I've been making great progress these days, Senior Aunt Mayor. I will definitely advance. Mayor's smile turned sinister. Kuei Lang brought his son over. Junior Sister Mayor, it is all thanks to you that Ganger has such confidence in the competition, for giving us the blood annihilation martial art only the inner sect disciples can access. With me and Yu Ling cast out, we are blessed to have you, even using your chance to enter the scripture hall for us. Thank you. Senior brother, we've always been fellow disciples, and that will never change. Of course I'd help. With you in trouble, I of course had to stick out for the juniors like a senior aunt. Mayor smiled. Kuei Lang was touched to tears. She is one of the few reliable people in the sect. Ganger, here is the 5th grade spirit blood pill. When you feel like your time in the competition is too hard, take it and I assure you you'll soar. It works well with blood annihilation, doubling its effect. Mayor's enchanting smile came out as she presented a vial. Kuei Gang trembled with gratitude and was filled with excitement. This pill was what he needed the most. A 5th grade pill was a rarity for outer disciples. Even more so were the pills for the battlefield. He might not just pass the promotion, but even attract an elder's attention. Kuei Lang was touched to the core. Mayor, you're like a mother to him. Senior brother, please don't say that. Mayor blushed and Kuei Lang chuckled. The audience watched with envy. With her care, Yuan and Kuei Gang are bound to become inner disciples, following in their father and sister's glory. Unlike them who were stuck in this hellhole for all their lives, fighting for their lives in the Asura circle just to survive a little while longer. Senior brother, junior sister, I'll let you finish the stage. I wouldn't want to delay you in case you end up getting chided. Yuan and Ganger work had you too. Don't always stay at your dad and sister's side, you're all so big now, hi. Mayor smiled, batted her eyes and flew away. Yuan and Kuei Gang were happy to have her. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were grateful as well. Only Zhuo popped up next to them with a sour tone. That sister is too mean, leaving without even looking at me. To think that she was luring me so hard when I just got here, but now that I've hit rock bottom, she only cares about herself. What did you say? All four glared at him. No one would accept someone speaking ill of their friend. Zhuo faltered back and snorted. You won't believe me, but I'm a good judge of character. She is no angel, that's for sure. She's only helping you to further her games. Seeing we're all companions in the labor office, let me remind you, you never truly know a person. Shut your pie hole. Kuei Lang snapped. I know the inner sect is filled with cruel and petty people who sow dissent like you. Right is right and demonic is demonic. The demon-scheming sect still cares about right and wrong. We once helped junior sister Mayor and now she is repaying it. So stop your false accusations, you ignorant fool. Squinting, Zhuo had a feeling what was about to happen and sighed, nourishing a viper in one's bosom. He can't even see it, and fell for it as well. Such schemes were the order of the day in a demonic sect. It wasn't just idiotic, but utterly laughable to believe the other party would return the favor in kind. The sorrow brought back memories of his self-destruction in the sacred domain. He stepped closer with a respectful look, making the 4 days then. He reached for Kuei Gang's hand and squeezed SSS. Kuei Gang felt a searing pain shooting through his heart. What are you doing? Kuei Lang broke them off, glaring with hatred at Zhuo, but was more shocked than ever. There was close to a full stage difference, yet he couldn't pick on Zhuo's intent to attack his son, having it happen right under his nose. He felt fear and dread. Zhuo's every move was shrouded in mystery. Uncaring of the audience, Zhuo stared into Kuei Gang's eyes. You have trained in blood annihilation for half a year, right? Around 4 months. Zhuo's hard gaze left no room for non-compliance. He was baffled by his reply as well. Why did I answer this prodigal son? Zhuo nodded. Boy, uncle here will give you a warning. Don't force it or you will soon live to regret it. Kuei Gang shuddered. The words had mystical power, compelling them to take heed. As if the dire consequence was bound to become reality if the warning was ignored. It goes the same for you. Remember this. Zhuo eyed Yue stared blankly. Yu Ling shouted and glared. Get lost, my baby sister is about to enter the competition. How can you say that? You don't have to help us set up the stage, so go to the cemetery behind the mountain. Guard it. I don't want to see you for a month. No matter who has your back in here, you still have to answer to us. So go to the cemetery now. Kuei Lang glowered as well. Zhuo left without a word, but with a cold smile, but then his snide reply pierced their ears. Proceed at your own risk. Your death is on you. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang glared at his back, but their relatives pondered over his wise words. They felt Zhuo was hinting at something. It was his way of helping Yue. You know him. He likes messing around. So don't listen to him. Yu Ling urged, you must give your all for the promotion. Kuei Lang nodded as well, looking at the two's hopeful gaze. The kids felt at ease. If they failed to be promoted, how could they ever repay their father and sister's efforts? Thus, Zhuo's warning was thrown out of the window. 3 days later, the outer sect promotion was in full swing, with everyone buzzing. Except the labor office, since it was the worst place in the sect. Having no right to even see it, Yu Ling and Kuei Lang grew tense, waiting for the good news from their son and babysitter. No matter how sure they were that their kids could do it, they still wanted to know. Relax, they will surely win. But what about Zhuo? When will you let him come back? The thick atmosphere over there isn't good for prolonged stay. Elder Yuan consoled on one hand and pleaded Zhuo's case on the other. Yu Ling glared. I wish he'd rot in there, but I have no choice but to call him back in fear of the sect's investigation. Elder Yuan sighed. Just then, a shout came from outside. Labor office's leaders. Come out, you have a newcomer. Elder Yuan ran over, but then he shouted, Yu Ling, it's your sister. Yu Ling paled from fright and rushed over. She saw her baby sister soaked in blood and barely breathing. The man at her side stated, outer disciple Yue received heavy wounds in the promotion contest. Her meridians are broken, she is a reject now, and is being transferred to the labor office. Chapter 534. Taking it out on Zhuo. Chapter 534. Taking it out on Zhuo. The man's voice felt like daggers sinking into Yu Ling, yet the man had no sympathy. Leaving as he came, cold and callous, Elder Yuan begged, Executive sir, what happened? Doesn't failing the promotion mean being eliminated from the competition? Why has she been sent here? The executive snorted. It is true that losing doesn't warrant being sent here, but this girl's meridians are shot and she can't stay in the outer sect anymore. Where else are we to throw our waste if not here in this dump? Besides, don't you have that Asura circle? The least she could do is be a good material for the sect. What did you say? Yuling was outraged, exploding with power and charging at him. Her red eyes showed clearly that her mind was consumed by fury. Kuei Lang grabbed her and struggled. Yuling, calm down. Do you want your soul pulverized? Yuling's reason returned and her heart cooled. The executive sneered. You're all criminals, even though stronger than me, you still have to stand and watch. Disrespect your betters and see how the sect's rules will put you in your place. Damn prodigal! Kuei Lang fumed, but hid his anger behind a straight face and a bow. They knew this executive well, a fellow disciple. Because of his dad being an elder, unable to advance to the inner sect, he lived in the outer sect and became an executive. His talent was so poor that he would never go beyond the second layer of radiant stage. Kuei Lang and Yuling only had disdain for this wastrel, but even more fear. Forgive me, executive sir, I was rash and forgot my manners. I only wish to understand how my baby sister ended up so hurt in the competition. I ask that executive would clarify. Yuling bowed and cupped her hands. The executive mocked. Why, for revenge? Give up, a sinner like you has no right to touch anyone outside the labor office, or face the sect's ultimate punishment. But my sister is crushed and her life is ruined. For the other party to be so heavy-handed, they must have done it on purpose. How could I, twisted-faced Rakshasa, just let it go? Yuling raged. Everyone around her felt a chill from the depths of her wrath. Kuei Lang was about to stop her, but sighed. The executive pondered but still refused. It's not hard to find the identity of her opponent, but I warn you to let it go. Because what happened to your sister is all due to herself. How can you say that? Yuling was stunned. The executive said. Everyone watching the competition saw your sister exhibit tremendous power with the demon-devouring saber, even scaring her opponent. But the savage energy ran out of control and she received a backlash, resulting in her wretched state. So there's no need to feel hatred for the other. It lies with your sister's unskilled use of the art. What? How? Yuling couldn't believe her ears that Wuyue had done it to herself and slumped to the ground from shock. Now that she had no one to vent to for her baby sister's miserable state, she was left alone with rage and hatred festering inside at her dull gaze. The others shook their heads. Wuyue, why didn't you tell me that you couldn't control the savage energy? I wouldn't have given you so many materials. Yuling bawled next to the prone Wuyue. The others nodded. Yeah, you should have said something and these two big shots wouldn't have started an Asura circle, killing so many for your sake. So many died and for what? For you to suffer a backlash. Damn brat, no sense of propriety and lacking morals. A shame for all those wasted materials. Reaching a shaky hand for Yuling's finger, Wuyue's weary voice cut off the sobbing. Sister, forgive me. I've let you down. It doesn't matter now. But how did you? Yuling was heartbroken, not knowing how to reprimand her. Wuyue was also crestfallen. Sister, I had control of the demon-devouring saber, but then my arm was hurt. Yuling cried. Where? How? Who did it? Wuyue's frail voice came. 2 months ago, I found Zhuofan's entry to the sect suspicious and attacked him. I hurt him and he hurt me, but my wound never recovered. Zhuofan! Having the outlet she needed, Yuling roared. You did this and now I'll make you pay. You've ruined my baby sister and I will cut you to ribbons. Kuei Lang exclaimed. Yeah, didn't he warn us just before the competition? He knew something and didn't let on, or maybe he's behind it all, taking revenge on us. Yuling's eyes screamed bloody murder, utterly convinced that Zhuofan was to blame for Wuyue's pitiful state. Oh no! Kuei Lang facebombed. Since he did this to Wuyue, that means my son shit. Kuei Lang rushed for the competition when a light flew at them. Whoosh! A gray robe appeared, throwing what he held on the ground and barking, "Labor office, you have a newcomer." Ganger. The one dumped on the ground was his son, and was just as wretched as Yue, bleeding all over. How could this happen? The previous executive watched over stunned. The gray robe waved. "Just what is going on today? That girl was the first and this kid is the second." Both collapsed from backlash the minute they let out a big move. And he even took a battle pill. The backlash was so strong it exploded his vessels. As a cripple, it's the labor office's problem now. So that's why. The previous executive nodded, sighing at the two kids' unfortunate ending. Such unnecessary risk when there's always next year's promotion. Why force it? Why risk your life? Look at me, I've been in the outer sect for 9 years yet still made out as an executive. Bullshit, that's all on your father. You did jack squat. All he got was rolled eyes. Zhuo Fan. Kuei Lang balled his fists and howled, "You ruined my son and I'll ruin you." The brat did it to Ganger too. Yu Ling frowned. Kuei Lang nodded. "Yu Ling, did you forget? 3 days ago, he put his hand on my son's arm. I didn't find anything bad about it, but he must have done something for sure. That punk is our greatest enemy." Yu Ling raged. "Kuei Lang, let's go rip his head and make bone meal out of him." "Let's go." Kuei Lang shot to his feet and rushed for the cemetery with Yu Ling. Elder Yuan jumped in. "Wait, sirs, before we know how this happened, we shouldn't make rash decisions. Buzz off, no one in the sect is a saint, only enemies or allies." Shoving him aside, the two rushed on. Elder Yuan turned to the others. "Executive sirs, stop them please or things will get horrible. Zhuo Fan can't be touched." The executives shook their heads. "What can we do? Those are the Black Yama and twisted-faced Rakshasa who fought their way into the inner sect. We're not their match. Rules put us above them, but with how lost in rage they are, we will be the ones to suffer instead. Besides, this is the labor office's problem. We have done our part. Goodbye." The two bolted away. Elder Yuan stomped and cursed. "Damn wastrels, all of them are useless. They don't care even when disciples are at each other's throat. Demon scheming sect will meet its end at their hands at some point." Elder Yuan had a pained expression. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.